Good morning, everybody. Sorry about my slight lateness here. I slept in. I didn't go to bed until like three o'clock in the morning. So yeah, all right. Oh, good morning. All right. Let me just get situated here, and we'll get the day started. How's everybody? Reborn, Bo. Good morning. Uh, all right, we're on to episode 19. That's crazy. You know, Bo, it's not. But the other day I was surfing the net, and I realized that it looked a lot like Yanis's background too. I do watch Yanis, maybe subconsciously, but not intentionally. Oh, all right. My brain is still booting up, making sure I have everything ready so I don't have to get up and wander around. All right, let's do this. Moving on to the game scene. All right. So last night I did some work. I was couldn't couldn't get the game out of my head, so did some work. As you may have seen on our Discord server, we have new emotes. We have the reborn emote, the Freeman special, and the uh looted emotes. I've also made one for kind of sus, which is the helmet, but we're gonna do some more work on that. Uh, we uh, we did some work on the boss, one of the bosses that we're gonna fight, and some new development on the character, the player character. Kind of going for a new look here. If we go back up to the beginning up here, let me hide some of this. Hide that. Hide that. There we go. We're starting on some of the animations for the player. So we have a light run that we're working on. We're going to start moving over to 4 frames for a lot of the animation. I might do more, we'll see. But we've got the run, and then I don't like this style of running, really. So what we're gonna be doing here. I made another one. Okay. maybe we could start by selecting the right layer. We have this run instead. Got a little bit more work to do, but we'll get there. Just some smaller polishing, and so we can see the new character. So was going through some iterations on the design. Thanks, Bo. I appreciate that. Here's the old side view of the character, I guess, and I say old, but as in the character that I was starting to work on to replace the one that we have currently, the placeholder. And then here's the new stance. It looks, I think it looks cool. I'm gonna move over. Let me show you this. So last year, I started working on the original project that would become TerraFarmers. And so here was the original SketchUp for those characters. As we can see here, here's red and green. And some of the tile sets that we have seen already were in the beginning of this. I wasn't sure what direction I wanted to go in. I wanted to make a dynamic game that was switching between top-down and side-scroller, and the character could then potentially, because of the stance, be used as a side-scroller. So we could go from that top-down perspective into that side-scroller, maybe when we want to do a dungeon or something. But then that was all that ever happened. I didn't do much with it. So I wanted to bring back that character a little bit. We have an animation here where our character will spin in a circle using those assets. So we can kind of see what the character should look like. Now this character has hands. And I'm not gonna be working with hands because I want the I was looking at the Forager character last night, looking at their walking animation. And another walking animation, but this is the trail. Here we go. When we do the player character, hey, what's up, Large Volts? Let's see here. Gotta start labeling my layers. All right. Let's take the old Gordon Freeman special here. Copy that. I don't think I was in the right layer, so let's make sure we copy that correctly. Go back up to our... that's UI layer. Okay. Player layer. I think that when we add the hand back to the character, we're going to see a big change in how it looks. I think that with this hand style, we have quite a nice little display area. So I think it'll look good. The player will have hands. They're just going to be floating. Kind of like Rayman, maybe. Slightly off. Elevated off the player. Yeah, so we got a little bit more work to do there. But I'll work on that on off hours, because we're going to integrate that later. Sorry, my brain's just getting started here this morning. Ugh. All right. Was there anything else I needed to show you? I feel like I'm missing something. I can't get over how cool that my buddy looks. So, I have a good friend of mine is a YouTuber. And if you guys didn't see this in chat yesterday, yeah, my good friend, his name is, or his YouTube handle is Captain Xavier. He's a Nerf YouTuber. I believe he has like 140,000 142,000 subscribers onto his YouTube channel. He was on the Discovery Channel in the US for making this proton pack, which was a backpack hooked up to one of these big miniguns for Nerf, and this thing shoots crazy. He's an electronical engineer, and he now turned YouTuber. So I'm taking his likeness with his permission, of course, and turning it into a boss. I just thought that he would make a really cool boss. So very fun. Looking forward to maybe taking some reference to some other people I know, other influencers and people in the industry, and including them maybe in this project, because this is a project about sort of references, pop culture references, and other things. So maybe that'll work. Ooh, excuse me. And then I was doing some prototyping with the UI elements. So I came up with this to replace our current UI. So I think we're going to work on integrating some of that today. Moving our inventory into this system. So we have our oxygen container, which will let us know when we're running out of oxygen, and we have our life bar underneath that. And then what I was thinking about doing, I have a couple mock-ups that I'd like to play around with. So here we have an example of what the inventory system. So I'm making something called the Porta Pocket, which is this. This is basically your inventory in the game. This will allow you to access your ship inventory and teleport things to and from it. And so in that design, we also came up with, let's minimize this, something like this, where this is kind of a poster. I'm working on a banner for this design, some sort of like mock-up image that'll have to do with the game world, you know, social media posts and stuff. But this is called the Porta Pocket, and it's the same. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's the same effective device that is on a player character, but this is what your storage might look like. So there are these little containers that are locked that you have to unlock effectively in some degree, and you'll get access to parts of that inventory at a time. And rather than making that look chunky inside of the game, because it's just kind of a sketch, I decided to go with this system. Let's hide that. There we go. Decided to go with this system in the same way. So if we can just block or gray out this area, each area that we don't have access to in the expansion of our inventory. And I'm working on some of the UI elements. I decided that kind of looks like processors. If these were green, like this, it kind of look like processors, like the A3 socket, or the 1700, the the new gen of like i7s and everything. They have that weird slopiness to them. But I thought the UI update would be necessary pretty soon. Our game's starting to take a different direction in design than the original. It'll just be some implementations. We're gonna keep working on the enemy. We're not done with the enemy. We've got to polish up that enemy, make him the shiniest little guy that he is. And then we'll do some quality of life updates and all of that. Okay. Holy mashed potatoes, I'm so tired. Um, right. All right. So I also did a little bit of updates on enemy AI, but I didn't want to do that off of stream. One, because I need Reborn's help, and two, two, uh, because yeah, because I wanted to. No, so now when the robot starts shooting at you, one, I made it shoot way faster. So I want to work on the range. I really want to get this enemy polished up. It's really important that we have a good starting enemy to base a lot of our movement and such off of other scripts. Oh man, that guy roasted me. If you stand still, he will douse you. It shoots super fast. So yeah, it'll do that. Um, I got the bullets to finally dissipate after a certain range. And then we just need to work on... Yeah, this thing gets way too close. This one doesn't shoot a laser. Nor does its bullets... Oh, its bullet did disappear. Okay, so the bullet disappearing is working. Cool. Good to know. We just need to update the trail. So let's get started on that this morning. This guy, I'm looking forward to getting rid of this. I do like it, you know, but it's not one, not my character. I didn't draw it from scratch, and two, it's just a little bit. It doesn't quite fit, and a lot of it has to do with the shading, I think, right now. But it doesn't quite fit the theme I want. Another big update we're gonna have to do is work on the ship, redesign it so it looks more crashed, and parts and whatnot. Okay, all right. I was up super late drawing and updating our Discord. Mostly just doing updates on our Discord. So yeah, if you're now part of the Discord community, you can use the emotes, um, the emojis. They're available inside of our server now. The only thing that I forgot to do, which I'm going to do real quick, is share with our Discord server as well. I'm going to make a TT or TTF. No, what is it called? If this then that. IFTTT. If this then that. Yeah. Every time I go live, I'll make sure that we get a post, a notification that I'm live. All right. Everybody's gonna get that ding. Thank you. Okay. Back to game development. If we're gonna finish this game in less than a year, to the point where we can get polished up and released onto Steam, then we gotta get work done. Got a lot of work to do. Let's do it. All right. Uh, let's see here. Yo, what up, Ginge? How you doing, buddy? All right. To our enemy, finite state machine. In the attack, for each enemy that's fired, I think we could pull this out. I don't think that... I don't know what I just did with that script. Where'd it go? For each instance of enemy... Negative. Okay. Maybe it's this condition that we can pull out for each bullet and the enemy just fired. Do this jazz. I don't know. This is where I need reborn. My brain's... It's going to take me a while to get my brain booted up. So, give me a second. Oh! Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Right. Well, it is working. Partially. Right. So we do need it for each instance of enemy. Or for each instance of bullet. We might be able to just move this over yonder. Or is that the problem? Because we're repeating every time it... Whoa! Well, I mean... You wanted laser beams. Who wanted laser beams? We got laser beams. Not quite what I was expecting, but... For here? Wow. Thanks, Reborn. Saved me all that time by saying one sentence. You're a champ. Alright. Okay, we got that working. Don't need to fix that. I like this. Okay, so let's work on the enemies. We need to increase the enemy's attack range because... Or stop its movement. So I noticed something. When the enemy pursues you, they move to your last location. Where you go? Whoa. Home slice? Where you going? Who told you that you could do that? Where are you going? Come here. Great. Alright, you got another bug we gotta fix. Son of a bitch. Where's he going? Oh, it's 0-0. Okay, right. We got that bug where his last known position doesn't quite work. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's me being grumpy. Yeah. Okay. So now it's gonna chase to your last known position and then return back. We need to add a stop force when you're inside of the range. Because I don't want it to pursue... Like, look, do you see that? It chased me until he could touch me. I don't want that. That isn't cool. Don't want that. Let's work on that. Alright. One of the other things that I have stuck in my head, too, because my ADHD is rampant right now. My meds haven't quite kicked in yet. Is when you get shocked, or... Sorry. I'm making an enemy... I want to make an enemy where you get shocked. And so I'm thinking one of the things that I want to do in a classic sort of game way is let me just get this thought out of my head and then we can go finish our character. Is building the skeleton of your character. And so that way you can see yourself get shocked. So you're like, you know? I feel like that would add a little bit of extra life and game juice to our game. So when you just get hit and you can see your bones. And so maybe there's a little drone that might come up to you and shock you. Maybe that's one of our smaller enemies. A little robot that drives around and it comes up to you and stuns you. So that way the uh, laser eye can shoot you. I'm just trying to think of enemies that could potentially work together. So, anyways. All right. Back to this. Okay, so first of all, when we enter the attack state, one second. See, that's what I was thinking. Reborn. That was my same. That was exactly what I was thinking. Shake the character up and then do some like shock style of animation, because I think that if we flashed the white here and then just slightly changed like his eye position and shook him, and then made his like if your arms are floating, they just like flop around a little bit. Anyways, so first things first. When we transition into the attack state, I want to stop moving, but I don't know. I think we decided that the stop doesn't work. Does it? I might change its target position the second, because the other option is to change its target position to where it's currently sitting, wherever it currently is, as it's chasing you. So it'll just stop right where it's at. But I would like the enemy to stop using this extension, but I don't know that it works. This would need to be at the like very top. Come fight me. Nope. He traveled in my head. Okay, so that doesn't work. That's all right. Right here. Oh, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. So pursue the enemy. Uh, I don't think we need to change the. Is it this? Well, that wait is only happening when you're not being chased. Interesting. Okay. I don't want the enemy to return to its last position immediately, though. Like, I don't want that to happen. You see that? It gave up way too early. Way too early. I want it to linger in that space and then return. But so when the players within the enemy range set the target and move to it. Because I want it to look at the character, right? So we created logic for um the direction that your player is facing, right here. First of all, we don't need that twice. Yes, we do. Don't mind me. I'm tired. What's up, Artistic? Yeah, we just got started. We were like 30 minutes in. Don't worry about it. Um, so when we enter the chase state, set the target to the player, move to the player. We don't need to do this. We want to move it to the player. Because I think. Because normally, right, we would be moving in the direction of our target, but we just want to look at the player. But we want to move to the player, not the target location. They happen. Well, I guess they happen to be the same thing. So yeah, that didn't work. That's the same. So the stop force doesn't work at all, huh? Stop the enemy. Stop and then go to attack. So that's what should happen. But it don't. But it don't. Can I stop the pathfinding? Wait. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is there a pathfinding stop? Move. Acceleration. I could turn acceleration off. But I don't see any other stop function. Right, and that's, yeah. Right. That was what I was saying earlier. That would, I could probably, we'll do it here. I guess or do we want to do it on the transition? Stop him where he's at in the transition, then begin to fire. I guess either one. Technically, we would want it in the hierarchy here, but we're gonna move it to here, just for now. Hey, that seemed to work. All right, this guy gets way too close to my face before he starts shooting me. I don't like that. So let's go to our mob. Let's go to our range. Our attack range is only 25. Let's bring that up to 50. And 64, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 32, 64, 64 plus 16, 76, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 80. Ah, hey, that's better. That feels better. That's a pretty good distance. Now we also need to rotate out of the attack state when I'm too far away. And we want more advanced logic, right? Hey, what's up, Riley? So one of the things that we want to do, let me turn that off so you can see a little bit better. We want to add a charge state, of course. We want this player to charge up and shoot you. I'm doing well, Riley. Thank you. So we want to charge up and shoot a laser beam. But right now it's only got one attack state, so it doesn't know which one to choose because we need to add another attack value for like attack 2 range, right? So attack 2 will end up being this little guy. So if he gets too close to you, he'll start shooting you with this, or he'll come right up. Maybe he'll come up to your face and start charging. And then as this laser, because it's going to be heat seeking, there's no way to escape it if you're close to him. It'll target you. You have to hide behind something or run away, so he can't laser beam you. So maybe it decides randomly which one to do. Maybe on a random switch, like between state 1 and 2, decide which one you're going to do for the attack. Move in and charge up and shoot you. Because then I want it to basically take time. As it starts charging, as it moves up to you, you're going to have to start running away. And the range on that laser beam is pretty far, and it'll hit you with like a hit scan, like a raycast. And as it's hitting you, every couple of seconds, it's doing damage. Tick, 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 tick. So that way it makes it feel like your flesh is being melted off. And then this just does a whopping damage. Smack. Or maybe these darts are the ones that tased you? Because it'd be interesting if it tased you, moved up to you, and then shocked you. Or, sorry. If it tased you, moved up to you, and then charged its laser to kill you. What do you guys think? Should our enemy have... Should these be tasers? Should we tase the player to root them in place and then shoot them with that laser beam? Well, I'm trying to decide if I want to... So do we want to create a new robot, which its whole attack pattern is all it does is charge you to tase you. Right? So it's like, it comes up to you, shocks you, and while you're being zapped, this thing just blasts you. So for the android, I guess we're gonna for the flying drone, we have 2 attack states. One of them is pew, so we have this little like dart thing that we're shooting, and then the other one is the laser. I just want to figure out how we're gonna do the laser. Like I'm talking more in my head, so just out loud. That's how I process. I kind of want this laser to have a longer range than the shoot. Because I want its like damage maybe to wane. So like the further you are away from it, the less it does. But if you're right next to it when it shoots you, you're gonna die. Like it's just gonna kill you. So maybe we do an incremental check. Every X amount of distance while this laser is being drawn to you, it does less and less damage. So like the first one is 3 ticks, 2 ticks, 1 tick. So as you're running away, you could get like just electrified, just cook you. Yeah, on the other drone, I was gonna make it like a little tank thing, with a little like shock arm maybe. So well, yeah, when it comes up to you, you can clearly see that it's gonna looks like a finger. It's gonna come out and poke you. Bert. All of a sudden, it becomes Wally. Just da 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 da. Wally comes up and shocks the crap out of you. Okay. Yeah. Stretching. Sorry, I'm still waking up. Yeah. So, okay. I just want this. I want the drone to feel good, right? I really want to polish this drone up today in today's session. I don't care if it takes another 6 hours, guys. We're I got excited. We're making this. We're making the robot work. We're doing it. Woo! Oh, a rolling sphere. I almost said spear. A rolling spear. I kind of like that idea. And then maybe that's where we get like the that blue electricity, so we can like start up here, right, and then come across the player or across this thing, and so maybe it's got like it leaves like a static trail as it's flying. So maybe there's like a brief the particles it leaves behind would need to be like sparks. Huh? No, it's this one. This character. Oh, I mean, his eyes should be over one. You're not wrong. Right. How are the legs swapped? What are you talking about? This one? They're the exact same. What you talking about, Willis? The non-skeleton is at the right leg to the front. The skeleton is the left leg. Oh, well, this? That's the only difference. I was just working on like trying to make his bones and stuff. Trying to make it look more like a skeleton. I don't know what you're going on about. It's the same direction. You're crazy. Okay. Anyways, so what we can do though is move his eyes a little bit. There we go. Now he's looking the right direction. Bro doesn't need a nose hole. If I added a nose hole, it'd look like he's got a mouth. Like he's ooh, like he's going like this. He's like ooh. Got his mouth open. We're not doing that. Makes it look like he's singing. Or whistling. You guys are nuts. There we go. Now it's a little bit more head shape too. And then what we could do is do like so on that other layer, the electricity layer, we can do that zapping like that. And then do like, you know, lightning sparks flying off of him. All right. You guys are so picky. Jeez. You're not going to be able to see it when he's flashing black and white and getting shocked. Come on, guys. Give me a break. You guys are tearing me apart right now. These are prototypes. We got time to make it right, okay? We got time. So basically, though... Listen. No, you listen here, buddy. uh... We only want what's best for you. Okay, I appreciate that. I have a feeling that there's ulterior motives there, but yeah. All right. So what I'm thinking though is we just flash it, right? And then we use a shake tween to do the you know. And then while we're doing that, we could do an like a shocked animation. And this way, it doesn't matter what character you are. When you know whatever, if you're blue or red or anything like that, the shock animation will stay the same. And then this orb could just like fly into you, smack. But why it's got electricity like that, I'm not sure. Because these are all these drones and stuff are supposed to be tools from Dale Company, but I don't want to get distracted by that right now. Stop it. We're we're trying to make the game work. Okay. So let's talk about this. Reborn. I want to pick your brain about this. In your AI development experience, what do you think here about this system? I'm trying to figure out what would be the best to implement. So I'm thinking that we need 2 attack values, different ranges, right? So we have the laser range, and then we have the bullet range. So 2 ranges. We can either randomly select between these 2, so like random 1 and 2, or just random 2 rather. That's all we need to do. And then it just decides which one to do. I don't know that this character that it would matter. I'm thinking like, yeah, and then it doesn't kill them, it just shocks them. That's all it does. Like, so this doesn't do any damage to you, it's just utility. If it shocks you, it sucks. You don't want to get shocked by one of those droids. But anyways, so ranges, 2 ranges, randomly choose, and then from that, I like this arrow. It's a fancy arrow. We're copying that arrow. That just reminded me. Guys, we need a new mouse cursor for our game. We'll get to that later. Stop it. Come on, brain. Okay. So, range is 2. And then I guess that's just the logic then, right? Artistic Goblin, if you haven't already joined the Discord, and at any point in time, you're more than welcome to post whatever you'd like. I'm not going to stop you. And who knows? Maybe it will get used. Maybe I'll modify it. That's kind of what happened with the server Discord emojis. Whoa, where did those go? Whoa! What happened to my emojis? Uh-oh. Hello? Let me copy this from here and Control Z some stuff. What happened? I gotta go find out where my layer went. When did that happen? Oh, it won't even go back that far. We're good. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Why did that happen? Merge down a layer. We're gonna... Oh, no! Alright. Going back forward. Whoop. Alright, this is fine. Everything's fine. Don't let me control the button. I'm not supposed to control the button. Hide that. Layer 20. There's nothing on it. I gotta make sure I don't ever do that again. There we go. Just make sure that these are properly set. There we go. And that's kind of what we did with the Discord emojis. Well, it doesn't have to be based on range though. Discord. Blue had designed a art share. Just to encourage you guys. Blue, one of our other members, had created this little drone emote, and so I changed it into what we have today. And then, of course, I modified the hand because it just works really well for our character, and added the Gordon Freeman special. It's one of my favorite things to say. Demonis, welcome, by the way. I did look at you. Yeah, I did. I did look at those. And they might make their way in some degree, for sure. Obviously, there's only so many helm designs that we can possibly do within the confines of what we have. But, okay, so here's the thing about the ranges. It doesn't necessarily need to be based on the range. There's just two different ranges because the attack range is different. And so we could keep the value of attack and just change the attack distance depending on which attack it is doing. Right? That's one way of doing it. So we don't need two attack ranges. We just need one. And then we could just change it depending on which attack we're doing. Now, if we do attack based on range, then only one will ever happen. That's the thing. So if we have him stop to shoot the bullet, and that's the max range, like the first attack range, this is the longest, he won't move any further. Unless we tell it to, right? To keep moving forward until you get close enough and then laser beam you. Or it's checking to see if you're stunned, because if you're stunned, then it could laser beam you. But then we'd have to put these drones together. And so even if our max range was this, our laser beam, it doesn't have any reason to continue to pursue you, because it's already hitting you. But then if it does it at the max range, then the second you step away, it'll immediately stop because you're too far. You're out of its range. So if it's only based on sight range, so we need to check the difference between the player and the outside. So it's like max range modulated between the player's X, right? In some way. So it's the difference between these two things, because this is dynamic. If we did a modular. Because this would, this would be changing every time he moves. Normally, this would give you one value, but as we're moving around dynamically, it should be counting. And so if the player is within a modulated, if the player was within a certain range, I'm just trying to figure out how to make the shooting, because normally if this was a melee attack, this would be easy. Move up to the player, attack him, or move this far and shoot him. you know? So, but now we're trying to combine the logic to create a range system, a targeting system. So I'm thinking we have max range. Let's work on the math here, and then we're going to get to coding. So math range. So we have sorry, we have a max max, and that's our range, our max range. So once the player leaves this, it'll stop. It'll stop firing. And then we have a minimum firing range, which is... So then we can check as long as the player is between these two ranges, shoot the player. And then we could do like that way if they're between so if we look at this as sort of an array, we have different ranges. So range 1, 2, and 3. And so we'll say that this far range is white or whatever, and then the closest range we'll say is red. So from the target's location, right, we could do rings effectively. So if you're between these two, that's tier 3 damage, tier 2 damage, tier 1 damage. Within the scope of the max range. For the laser. This is particularly for the laser beam. Blah. And then for the dart, we can do basically the same thing, but then only do a minimum range. Because I want it to back up. If it's too close to you, it needs to get away from you. Because it needs to run away. It's not... We don't want the drone to just stand there and take the Gordon Freeman beating that you're going to give it. Right? Beating it to death with a crowbar. Well, before we do that, it needs to run away. So if we have a minimum range, then we can say if the player's in that minimum range, run until we can get to the medium range and start firing. And then I think we're just going to randomly decide what's the best move to do. And then, yeah, percentage it. So, okay. All right. So, with that random bit in our head discussed, we're gonna start implementing this. And what I need to do is create the drone laser. So we're gonna go back to our drone, way down here, because now we know how to tween between our animations. So we're gonna find our handy dandy drone guy, which is on the drone layer. And let's design this thing. So we have the trail, which I deleted. It's not in here anymore because it's on its own sprite sheet. It's right here. We're going to take the same sort of concept and I want to do particles off of this thing. So what I'm thinking is we take the base concept of the trail that we shoot. Laser. Okay. Here we go. So let's clean this up. And we want this to actually be a flat line, and I want it to be a little bit thicker. So let's raise up our line, right? So now we have a laser beam, and on that laser beam, we could potentially, there we go, there, give it a little bit of pizzazz. But what I was thinking is that with some particles, we can sort of create this looping effect, or I could just manually draw it. Let's see here. There we go. So watch this. So very simply, by drawing 3 circles, we can target the first square that we want to start in. So we'll start there, and then we'll clean up like this. See? Okay, that's a mess. That didn't come out the way I wanted it to do, but effectively that, right? Or uh, I want like a swirling effect. So we need to make smaller circles for one, I think. It's just it's an easy way to draw those loops that we wanted. Yeah, I think something like that size is going to be better. We just keep moving it into itself. We'll start maybe here instead. Is that better? That's better. I think we need to do what we did here. They're not quite right. So we can just grab this, paste it, flip it, and do it the same thing over here. So now effectively, as we shoot this laser, we could do like particle effects that come off of it. As it's being fired, maybe it drops. Maybe there's some sort of like plasma exhaust or something. But for now, I think this sells the point that we're trying to get to. That's my phone. Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, so I think that we can just do something like this. This might be too chunky, but we can thin it down in the system. Let's close this down. We don't need this anymore. And we don't need this one anymore. We're going to save this so we don't mess this up. All right. Oh my goodness. Copy this. What's your conundrum? Paste it. Okay. It would work if I was on the right layer. Calm down. My brain still is catching up with me today. See? So I think something like this, potentially, is what we're looking for. Because then we can tween this thing. You know? Given an animation where this wavy nonsense maybe flops. So we can copy this, paste it here, and then flip it. Clean up some of this. I don't know how that's going to look in animation. We would only need these 2 frames. Potentially. And this is, of course, this is just a really crude laser beam going on here. We're going to get rid of all the stray particles for now, because those are things that we'd add in later. And then we could color the laser to be something other than red, or maybe add the plasma lines to look a little different. And I think this wobble looks kind of weird. And it's because we're not uniform in any real capacity in our coloring. So first we want to fix that. We would want to add shadow to where this laser is being like passed over our art piece. So let's start. Now we have a basic idea of what we want to do. Let's just get rid of everything. Let's come back in here and see what we can do. So then if we flop this, let's go all the way through. What happens if I flip this upside down? There you go. We're gonna change the direction of the... There we go. Doing the same thing that we had just done on the other side. And now, all I'm gonna do is stretch this out for a bunch of frames and just see what this rudimentary laser looks like. I'm not a laser designer. If somebody's got a good idea for a laser, let me know. This thing is wild. Looks like a slinky. What's happening here? Blah, 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 blah. I don't know what's going on here. One of these frames is off. We're going to find out which one it is. The beam needs to also animate? Yeah, that would make sense. I just need to see a laser beam, dude. I can't even think about the last time I've seen a laser in a game. Other than, like, a mining laser. Because, like, the reality is... I want to do this a different way. No, I want to do this a different way. I don't like this. I don't like this. Too much for me. He's got a tiny little eye. He doesn't need to fire a gigantic laser. So instead, I say we do more of like a... Okay, that's too big. Oh, that's better. There we go. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Yeah, flat line with some effects. We don't need it necessarily... Because if we use the painter tool, we could do a laser using the painting tool with some visual effects. So maybe we just have particle drop off. Actually, wait, hold on. I already made a particle trail. Let me show you this. Don't hide this. Don't hide this. Where did I put this? We used to have a drone previously, when we first started, just a mock-up. And so I think it's probably in the drone manager. So let's go there. No, I removed the drone manager. Good. Smart thinking. Is it in the debug manager? Negative. Enemy. It wouldn't make sense to be in the enemy finite state machine anymore. It's being hidden somewhere, and I can't remember where I put it. In the game events? Oh, right there. Right in front of my face. Right in front of my face. All right. Did I just move that particle? The particle. It probably doesn't have the right Z order. So we're going to go into our game, move that particle a little bit farther out of the way, move our player too. Okay. We need to start it, I guess, rather than stop it. We'll start a mission. Beginning of the scene, start. What the heck? I don't know how particles work. What layer is the particle on? Maybe that's it. It's on the base layer. What? I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why that's not working. Mm. Oh, no, this is working because we don't need an actual image. We're using squares. Yeah, I just made it a white square, so that's fine. What the heck? Why isn't that working? Oh. Ugh. Sorry. I'm tired. I'm tired. So I have like this little particle emission thing, which looks like it's burning the ground, you know? So like maybe the laser hits this point and this is kind of what it does. I don't know. I don't really have a whole lot of experience in particles, to be honest. Haven't even thought about how I want to do this. Hmm. Man, some people have some really cool freaking particle effects. Whoa! Okay, we'll definitely have to work long term on spicing up our particle effects because I'm lacking. Holy cow. All right. All right. Let's I have an idea. Okay. We're going to do stick with me here. Let's see. Lower center and then maybe like a trying to think about this. Okay, so basically if I take this and we follow some sort of loop pattern, maybe there's like okay, I need to be able to see it in real time here. So the next one should be here. The following one should be here. So 1, 2, 3, we're moving. Flip this one. We're gonna need to make this animation longer, like 8. We're gonna make a particle effect. So we're gonna do a laser, but along the laser, as it's flying at you, I want to do a particle effect. And the only way to do it is really to create it by hand, which sucks, but it is the way it is. So then we can go back here. And then we're almost full circle, so we're almost done, which is nice, at least for this part. Okay. 7, huh? So then what if there was like a trail following this in a circle, right? So if this is like a wisp or like a wispy tail and it curls, we can then do like, let's go size 1, scatter 1. And then we could take this, the tail of this thing, and then just kind of, let's do scatter 2. And kind of like do a whooshy thing. And so we follow the same sort of like trail. And honestly, what we need to do, we're just going to draw one image and then basically just rotate it on the axis that we just created. So as it goes in a circle, right, there would be some sort of like, so as there's a trail, we would keep following that trail. Place this here. Start moving it, maybe? I'm just trying to think. I got a different idea. We don't necessarily need to do the circular motion if... I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Say we take the whatever our shot is. So now it's going to be this red dot. It needs to be the same in every frame for now. Okay. So say we have... We'll go down to 6 frames. So we have our bullet traveling. Or whatever it is that's flying through the air here. What I want to do is take that purple swirl and just go around this section. And then what we can do is add effects where it looks like every time we pass here, it's creating debris behind it. So then we can take this cube. We'll start right above it. And then now, because we're doing 6, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be the whole thing. So 1, 2, 3. Move this over 1. 4. Paste. Flip. Flip. Move over 1. And then here. Okay, so basically, right, now we have a circle that we're going around in. And then we may want to go back to our drone, add a new layer for the particles. This will be underneath our drone. And then every time we kind of go around the backside, we could kind of do like a... Let's see. This would always need to kind of be there. So you see what I'm saying? So this is just a very rudimentary, but as this thing goes in a circle, we would want some sort of like, some sort of trail. So first of all, if we all the way through it, we could add like there. We get rid of the front end. So now we go to each square, remove the front. We don't need the front. No, we want that. Right? Because now watch. So now as we go in a circle, we can follow that trail behind the purple. So now we can have, if we take a circle and we put it through our... We're going to do one more layer. And so if we take our purple line that we did, let's make sure that our circle doesn't move. Right? It is doing that. That's what we want it to do. One. This isn't a bad place. I don't like this one or this one. Can you move down? Oops. Reach across, grab the purple guy, and move it down. And then we're going to do the same thing. I messed that up. So with that one. But there's not even a scatter on anymore. All right. What? This is the top layer. Thank you. I don't know what it... Scatter? Get out of here. All right. And then we're going to do the same thing for these top ones. I don't really like their position, so we're going to move them up. It's still janky. We'll fix it. And I want to add... This one is throwing it off because we don't have a bottom one. So we need to make the frame a little bit longer, which is fine. So basically what we would do, right? We have a laser or whatever our projectile is. This is just one... I'm not even really doing the frame that I would like to do, but that's okay. Let's make this animation just a little bit longer. Let's make it 8. We're going to need those 2 extra frames. Let's move everything over. I have to do it little by little, I suppose. If we get rid of the purple guys for now, we can add that to the other frame. Okay, so now let's add these last 2. Add their respected trail. We'll just copy some of the old stuff there. We'll add that there. We'll add that there. So now we got this crazy trail thing doing whatever it's doing. And then we can take the circle again, bring the circles in. All right, so above the circles, on the purple, let's take a look here. We can do one here, one here, one there, one there. Whoa. One here. One there. And now it's just flipping through this rotation. Okay, so now it's going around in a circle, right? I didn't miss anything, did I? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, yeah. All right. So now that we have the circle, we can come into our lower section, wherever it is, and delete some of the trail. So then that way it looks like we're leaving some sort of circular trailing behind ourselves. I messed up on this one. I think we can just chop it down to this. How many? We just need to make sure that the trail is consistent. So let's go back. We got to make sure we count these circles. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everything after 7 we're going to just delete. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everything after 7 we're just going to delete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the wrong way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Don't mind me. Yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so now we have like this circular thing. And I honestly think that we need more tail. We need more tail. So 7's not going to work. We're going to double the tail length. Ugh. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, so it's basically cut in half. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now it's just basically a circle. We could just save myself some time. Now let's repeat these. So flip it, paste, and flip it. Come on. Can you not do that, please? Thank you. All right. So now we have more of a tail. And then basically, if we just take our ballistics now and move them a little bit forward. Not those. It kind of looks like it's flying. Wrong one. We want the purple to be above. What just happened? Hello? Where'd our bullet go? Oh, they're not on a frame is why. There we are. Now the purple's ahead of the bullet. We can go back down to our bullet, move it forward. So now as our bullet is moving, we could have like a swirling tail particle thing. You know, something actually following that arc now for every one of these. Doesn't need to be perfect because that's the beautiful particles, right? Then we have more laser style. I don't know, you know, if this was that. And I'm gonna keep playing with this sort of stuff and create some cool effects. But that's the start of doing visual effects to some degree. Um, doesn't look great right now, but it will when I'm all polished up and it looks awesome. But in the meantime, that was wholly irrelevant. Laser beam. Well, okay. So going back to something that you asked earlier, Reborn. Um, what's up, Riley? And then, so you had asked earlier about the particle beam. So originally, the drone uh, was going to be a friendly, and the drone was going to shoot uh, a laser beam at the materials. So when you're like harvesting a rock, it would when it's your ally, it'll shoot the rock for you to harvest it, and this would be like the ground getting cooked. So if we move this back in, yeah, Riley, I could definitely help you. Let's make sure that this is like, gonna put this way in the front. I mean, right, very rudimentary, but the idea would be that it's hard to tell where that. I wish I could just create a. I mean, I guess I can create a rock, but it'd be nice to see that on something. So if that was there, you'd see it kind of smoldering the rock per tick, and that's just an option for that. One second here. All right, Riley. So isometric tiles. There's a couple of ways to do isometric tiles. There's a couple of things that I want to introduce you to. One of them is on Steam. And it's quite literally one of the best applications I have ever used. Watch this. I gotta wait for it to boot up. So you have to consider what is your tile thickness, right? Tile thickness matters in your game. So let me move this out of the way. So in your game, right? Maybe your tile's that big. I don't know how big your tiles are going to be. We cut off one of our things here. Let's go copy all, paste onto a different layer, and flip it. There we go. So that doesn't quite work because it's not touching. We want these to be touching in the 32 by 32. So that's, right, that's the beginning of your tile. But then that shrinks the total availability of your tile a little bit, right? So that's one way of doing it. And then drawing your grass on here or whatever you're going to do. We're going to go ahead and just shrink these things together. Grass tile. Boom, bada, bing. There you go. So that's an option. And then, as you build this, you'd be able to link these guys together, so on and so forth. So now, there's another program called Tile Setter. This program is outstanding. And this is what I was going to show you. I'm glad that this loaded up immediately. So check this out. So normally, it's not a 32 by 32. It's a 32 by 16. And the reason why is if you did 32 by 32, watch what happens. You change the camera angle. Are you sure that you want 32 by 32? Because this is the angle that you get when you do 32 by 32. So what's really cool about this program is that I can change the grid format. So if I do a new project, orthographic. So this is the first one. This thing is so cool. Check this out. So if I make a tile really fast, I'll just do one really quick here. New. Let's call it a 16 by 16 tile. I'm going to make a rock tile just super, super quickly. So forgive the fact that it's not, great in any capacity. But let's say, right, that we have our beautiful little rock tile. Just going to add a little bit of detail here because it's going to drive me nuts if I don't. Okay, so we have our little rock. We copy this. This is insane. Go into tile setter, paste it. We have a source. We can create relationships with everything else, but if we right click on this thing, we can go create blob. Boom. There's an entire tile set using what we just did with the tiles cut out and everything. And then what we can do is we can add a relationship. We can go to our borders. So now it's going to chop off the top if we add a top border. So now what we want to do is say, let's say we want it. So we have this. Let's say I wanted to make grass. So what we can do something like this. Give it the old Minecraft look. Basic grass, whatever. We just copy this. Paste it in here. In this case, we want to paste the tile there. And then we go image, tile, boom. And we can do the same thing on the edges. So here, boom. Here, boom. Whole new tile. So you can go into your isometric view, and now we can do the same thing. And what's cool is that you can use the same tiles that we just used. So if we go backwards and copy our dirt tile and come in here and paste it, so now we see a problem. This was only 16 by 16. So when it generates it, right, it doesn't know. I mean, you can see there's depth here too. Look, you can see it's overdoing it. So now if we were to create a 32 by 32 square, I'll watch what happens. Let's increase our tile size. I can show you guys how to make scalable tiles another time. So now if it's 32 by 32, you see how we leak over to the other side? That's too much. We don't need that. We need one. We need one square. And we have it here. So now we can actually delete that because it did it for us. But you want to do 32 by 16. Now I want to show you why we do it that way. So going back into a new 32 by 16. I did it the wrong way. New 16 height 32. No? Hold on. Oh, that's why. Okay. So what I was doing earlier on this one. So if I like grab this, right? Tile's a little bit different because of the way it works. But the top area that you are creating ends up being, if you do it right, on a 32 by 32, it'll be end up 32 by 16. That's what I was trying to tell you. So this isn't right because we didn't grab the black. So if I replace that black edge with this on this side, which is how an isometric would actually be, we're going to grab all that. And then we're going to grab our green now, copy it, move it over here, paste it. Okay, we've got a little bit of overhang, right? But that's it. And then we can create a blob based on that. Go over here. And now that we have that grass, we can add that grass to an edge. Add that to the other edge. Obviously, if we had spent time designing our grass a little bit better, we wouldn't have rough grass patches like this. We just need a little bit more tuning on our sprite because, again, when I was designing this, I wasn't actually doing the math. But then we can just cut this up, expand it. Now we can take that. That should be right. So this is a 23 by 23. A little bit over what we need. So we can put that there. Well, anyway, so in tiled though, you would want to do it by 32 because we're gonna. So the nice thing that about tiled is, and this is why I recommend the software, is with designing our grass. Say we can design the same grass that we just designed, but we can do it top down, and then copy our grass, move it over here. Looks funny because none of it's if it was true. What do we say here? If the tile set was scalable, so now we can go back into here real quick, just to make this a little bit easier to consume. We can grab this tile and export it because it's 16 by 16, right? So you can draw a 16 by 16 tile file, export image ×2. We're just gonna do this on my desktop. Blank head, it's fine, it doesn't matter. We can source it from our PC by simply going to our PC, going to our desktop, grabbing the blank. Where is it at? Alex blank. We don't want my face. We want. Where'd I put it? Deadfellows, did you know? Blank, 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 blank. Refresh? Sometimes this happens to me. I'll save something and then it will go elsewhere. Let's go back to our tile set and check it. Desktop blank head. Desktop blank. All right, or you can be complicated. That's fine. It's fine. Choose again, file, export selected. There we go. I chose the wrong one is what happened. Back to our desktop. We're going to say tile, whatever. I don't care. I'm going to delete it after this in a second. Then we can bring our tile in here by import. Going down to our tile. And we made that tile huge. Apparently I didn't need to do that. Oh, did I ×4 it? That's why. Import tile. It becomes a 32 by 32 tile, right? And this is what happened. This is what happens when you do that on this grid format. So when we design our tile set, if we did 32 by 32, this is what would happen. So now that I have 32 by 32, I can come back in here, right click, import my 32 by 32 tile. And this is what happens when we create the 32 by 32 perspective. Your perspective changes when you start developing your tile set. Now you can still design it in the way that you were saying, but it depends on what direction, what angle you want your ortho. Because again, there's nothing stopping you from, in this format, if we made this bigger, duplicate tiles, resize canvas. That's not what I want. Resize canvas. We'll do 3 by 3. So if we had this here, and then we generated another one based on a origin. So rather than these would need to be like an origin based development, right? So on this one, on the blocked style, they won't snap together. They can't. That's the thing about orthographic. Without that perspective, without the proper perspective, they can't snap together. So instead, what you have to do is you have to create another, you have to do it like this. So we would snap them together like that, move the layer. You see what I'm saying? So when you create these in GDevelop, you would create an origin point of like here. You could do this. So what I would do if I was building an orthographic map this way, without using the tools for orthographic, I would put a dot there and a dot back here, and check it for every edge. Let's say we're going to be randomly generating this terrain, right? We would want to find where we have to put each of these. So we can cut this one out. We'll add it underneath our base layer. We'll put it over here, right? So we need to find where that origin would need to be for us to spawn it in lined up. And if we did our tiles right, it should look like this, effectively. So we need to do some management of our tiles. See what I'm saying? And then you could just duplicate this whole process over and over and over again. But it's layer dependent. So then this guy would have to go even underneath that. There you go. See? Yeah, the height of the sides is completely up to you. So going back to our original, let's hide everything else. You want this to be longer? I think, Riley, the question that you need to ask yourself is, what type of tile do I want? There's no real right or wrong answer to this question. It's your preference. You're the artist. You have to ask yourself, what type of style of art am I going for? What does my game look like? Those sort of questions, you know? Camera angle generally decides this. But that's what makes tiled so fun, is that you can, you know, if I then go in here back to our, we're gonna move back to our character design here in a second, guys. But I just want to do this for Riley. So if we export the selected and do tile 2 at a ×2 size, so it's 32 by 32, we come up here and we import it. Tile 2. Then we can tile 2, blend those edges. So now this is what a tile set would look like if we were trying to blend our game in a top-down perspective in isometric 32 by 32. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. You can do it that way. So copying your image, right? Copy, image, paste. That's a big cube. We don't want that. So let me just copy your cube text here real quick. Going back into here. Copy, delete. Okay, that thing's massive. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is just redraw it very quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you have 9 down here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then you're doing the two stretch. So you're going like this. Copy, paste, flip. Yours is one more farther than that. It's like this. And then we end up having the same thing down here. No, because I'm showing you you can draw in. This is important. So yours is coming in like this, and then you're drawing your top piece here. And I'm showing you I'm drawing it in 32 by 32. So there you go. This is the exact same thing you drew without that edge. But the logic is the same. It doesn't matter. Same thing, right? Plus, let's add this cube. Let's put it underneath. See? But the issue is in the art software that you're probably using, it doesn't have an orthographic perspective. So you can't, like, if I want to go create a new thing, there's no ortho as an option. And so the grid that you have, the grid format, doesn't have the support to do this view, the 32 by 16 isometric view. Anyways. That's all design stylization choice. So, but that's how you do it. You're on the right track. You had it right. So hopefully that square that helps you. Of course. Happy to help, man. So then we can just merge that down, and now we've got a cool logo. Minecraft. Mine. Craft mine. Craft mine. Here's our game, Craft Mine. Oh, Riley, no. No. You're fired. You're fired. Riley, no. We're going to fix that right now, Riley. Look. Here you go. There you go. You're welcome. This is free. Does it look familiar to you? It should. Looks just like a Sprite. Because it is. Libra Sprite is the open source version, which means it works on everything for free. Stop using Piskel right now. You're fired. I have Sprite as well, but I don't use it. But if you're going to learn on a pixel art software, this should be where you start. Use Libra Sprite if you don't have money for Sprite. Trust in the open source program. This will change your life because they have orthographic support. Cool. Good TED Talk. All right, back to my game. I know that Reborn is drooling over here, if he's even still in here. Like, dude, I thought we were going to make your drone today. All right, let's do this. Back to game development. But I'm glad I could help, bud. Okay. All right. All right. You don't need to meet all my friends. All right. So let's work on the droid. We already know what we need to do. Okay. So before we worry about particle animations, anything like that, we're getting distracted with the fundamental, what is important in this game. And that's fundamentality. Fundamentals. So we've got we've got sight range. So we're changing range to sight range. So now, and this will update for everyone. So we've got sight range. And that is the range for tile selecting and a bunch of other stuff. So let's go back to here to make sure that we didn't break anything. Okay, everything's still good. Then we're going to, because in our scripting, when we use range to decide something, like attack range, now it's sight range, because we've already set it in the engine. Otherwise, we'd have to go back and do everything all over again. So we're going to change attack range to medium range. And we'll do attack range. And then let's say max attack range at 60. 64. So 4 squares away. And the minimum is 1 square. So 16. We don't need ray area anymore, but that's fine. So effectively, we have the sight range, the patrolling sight range, then we have a max attack, and we have a minimum attack. And now we can start checking those values. So if we're between minimum attack and maximum attack range, shoot like usual. And then if we're within minimum attack range, flee. Or, while the drone is shooting, every time we fire a bullet, move the enemy away. Or maybe while we're attacking, we're constantly moving away. At like a slow force. So maybe while we're entering the attack state, event group, we're going to say idle. And we're going to add this condition. If we're not within the enemy's distance, if we're not below the sight range of the enemy, change us back to idle. Right? And that way, just logic what okay, jeez. Let's move our character back so I don't have to keep running so far. Alright, there we go. Okay, so now, let's turn that off. He shoots me, I run away, he stops shooting me. I get close, shoots me, I run away. Good, that works. Now he's the patrolling and the shooting, at least that part functions. Alright. All right, hold on. Okay, so for the enemy logic, Reborn. Hold on, I want to pick your brain about something. What if... I have no idea. They have what they do have is they have a tiling support that allows you to do effectively a tile map. So look up the tile mapping options on. I don't know how to use Sprite or A Sprite. I just know that it's good software. If you guys want to support Pixel Edit, it's like $10. But I don't recommend it. And that might come across as weird, but it's been a long time since it's been updated, for one. And two, I don't really think it needs to be updated, but it's not really a good, it's not a great industry standard. It's $10 when A Sprite's like the same thing, but you got it for free. Anyways, right. So maybe instead on this design, we have our minimum and our max range. What if, hear me out here. What if the drone does a so we take its minimum and max, so we have its two ranges. While the player is inside of this range, move very slowly towards the player. Because then we're shooting. Pew, pew, pew. We're going to keep shooting at the player. Once we get within that minimum range, we're going to retreat. And then we're going to charge our lasers and shoot this guy. So it's like, so while you're chilling, minding your own business, this little drone's going to come up from way over here, make his way over to you, whee, and start shooting you. Once he does, he's going to keep moving forward slowly until it reaches that minimum threshold. Then it's going to retreat to its max range and begin charging. And then it's going to shoot you with a death beam that is constant. Either that, or we get rid of the ability to shoot and we only focus on the laser. And so as long as you're in between that, it starts charging, and then it'll just ray cast to your face. I don't know. I'm having a hard time deciding here. What do you guys think? What would make an I want a dynamic enemy. I don't just want an enemy that has basic, ridiculous, AI. At the same time? That's like too much. I'm just trying to figure out a dynamic for the enemy's logic system that makes sense. That's all I'm working on right now. Like, what is the attack pattern of this enemy? That's how my brain works, right? So I'm thinking about... Yeah. But that's the thing. How do we decide? What's going to happen is the furthest one away that reaches the player first, the collision, is going to start the attack pattern. Unless it's random. But then that feels arbitrary. Okay. In coding, right? In the logic that we're talking about for this creature, or the robot, right? If we have a max value, if its max range is this, and its minimum range is this, and you're saying that at the max range, we use a laser, then when the player enters this field right here, it's going to start charging the laser. But if the player takes one step backwards, it'll stop charging the laser. And it'll return back to its location. Right? From the dots that we decided. It's going to return to one of those. Because that's the max range. And if we do a minimum range, the player would have to charge into the line of fire. Pew, pew, pew. Just for it, or like with the big laser. For it to start shooting bullets at you. Right, but again, do you see what I'm saying? It puts one of them to always happen first. This will always happen first. No matter what happens, this will happen first. Because of range. Because of sight range. So, why even add bullets at that rate? That's what I'm saying. Right? So we have laser range, right? And we have bullet range. And if these are spheres, bullets will be red because we're targeting a distance in XY value. So this is X, this is Y of our enemy. And we're saying we can see the max range of the laser. If we're doing what you say, if we're less than 64 and we're greater than 98 or 112, 128, sorry. So this is four squares. When the player is at the max range, it'll immediately start charging. So our bullets won't be shot until the player makes it to here. But why would any player do this? This is crazy. Running into here is madness. You'll die. For one, I think the bullet needs to be changed with the laser. The bullet should be the furthest distance because they're easier to dodge, right? So like the further away the bullet, the easier it is to dodge. So this should be bullet range between here and here. And then this should be laser range. That way, these bullets are flying at you like this, and then as you come to beat it up, it's going to start charging. But if it's charging, don't move. But if it's already shot, run away. Till it can shoot bullets at you again. Oh, that makes sense. So every X amount of shots, shoot at you, and then move to you, and then shoot a laser at you. The player is faster than the robot, so you're going to be able to outrun this thing. But, alright. Okay. We have a better idea what we wanted to do. I just wanted to stop and address, like, how I was going to move forward with that design. I cannot just freely start coding and be like, yep, that's good enough. There's no way for me to really decide on that. Okay. I don't really like this, but we'll deal with this later. Back to our game. Yeah, it will, because we're just going to draw a line with the raycast, the painting tool. So as it's touching the player, it'll just draw the line immediately after the charging time. And then it'll stick on the player for as long as you are inside of that range. So let's start working on that. Let's draw the laser first and then work on the when this happens. Okay. So now that we have our ranges, we need to start working on when we fire. So we need to start splitting this apart. So what we're going to do is add 2 new events, just so event groups, so we can watch this. So we're going to have laser, and we're going to have bullet. And we're just going to move everything. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be kind of fun if the laser... What if the... Whoa! You know what we should do? Okay, check this out. I think this is how the laser should work. It charges up, it shoots, it takes the player's X location, right? The XY location, and it shoots the ground in front of the player and then drags it to the player. But just slightly. So like it shoots the laser at your feet and then it drags to you, and that way there's like particle effects happening as it moves its way to you. And that just make it way more scary, I think. Like, hey, back up. You know? Like, oh, like I better move out of the way. All right. So, let's figure this out. So the bullet, right? Uh yeah, like grass burning or something, like a fire sprite. That would be pretty cool. Burn the ground. Okay, so it yeah. Yeah, yes it is. I wasn't going to say anything about that, but okay, so we're going to move the bullet logic into the bullet, right? So firing animation, fire, linking the bullet. We need to put that into here. And then we're going to give it some logic when it does this. And then also for this. And then we're going to have to redesign our attack script, but that's okay. So, what I want to do is we're going to, for the bullet, we're going to check if the animation is attack and if the enemy variable text of type unit type is equal to robot drone. Okay, let's go back to our enemy, because now we're going to start changing between the attack states, because we're going to replicate this script needs to be replicatable between each mob that we have. And then we can just adjust the enemy sight range depending on what creature it is, and that'll be fine. So for now, if we're in the attack state and the unit type is drone, then we can modify this behavior. And so now the drone will still work. But our bullets are whack because we move scripting around. But that's fine. We'll fix that in a second. And then same thing with laser. And what we can do is, to make that even simpler, is do this. Okay, so here's the attacks for the drone. So attack, group, create a new group. I just want to make things organized. This is going to be for the drone. So now we can put that there, put the bullet underneath it, put the laser underneath that. Now we can keep track of what's going on. All right, here we go, Reborn. The moment you've been waiting for. You've been excited for this for 2 days. The laser. The laser. My hands are cold. Okay. After a brief break. So I'm gonna go to be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta do a quick round around my house. Yep, we are gonna have lots of that. My house, it's been so cold that all of my pipes are frozen. We've been out of water for like 3 days in my house. So I just need to, real quick, I'm gonna make a pause. I gotta do a circle because I'm waiting for my drains to unthaw, or to thaw rather, which means to unfreeze. And then they're gonna start spraying water everywhere. So give me just a second. I'll be right back. And so we're just gonna switch over to a be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it is a tool and it is expensive. I mean, it has, yeah. But we might be able to build a tool like that inside of GDevelop. That'd be a really fun task that I think that Reborn would be really good at doing. I'd even potentially pay Reborn to do that. If you're looking at making some cash, Reborn, that'd be a very helpful community tool. Because GDevelop already has a great little tutorial on I'll show you. I don't think it would actually, because we already have a 3D camera. All we're doing is using a 3D camera and drawing on a plane. I don't think it'll be that hard, actually. I really don't. We'd set a grid, we'd set the grid size, set the angle of the camera, and then that's isometric. So if we were going to draw isometric, we would create a G developed scene with a 3D camera. And it's looking at an angle for the 2D plane. So if we change the 2D plane and rotate the camera to here, which they already have an isometric view, and then we create you would have to use a 3D box and just use the top of that box or the top and the edges, because really that's how tiles used to. I mean, it's pseudo 3D anyways. So using a 3D cube, that's all that they're doing in tiled. Same thing. It just doesn't look that way because they have all these fancy tools, but it's basically a 3D cube that they're rotating, and that's how they're able to do it in real time. So if you want a different format, you just change the camera's perspective. I think it would be pretty... I don't think it would be easy, but I'll tell you guys what, in my free time, I'll start looking at that, because I wouldn't mind having a tool like that for G-Develop. And it would be really popular, and we could put it on itch under my channel, and it would help my game grow. So I'll work on that later. That's a project I'm pretty sure I could do by myself. It's just going to take me extra time. That's why I was like, if somebody else wants to do it, I'll pay you for it. But anyways, okay. So let's do this. You guys are killing me. Okay. Not going to lie. Hey, the circle concept. Look at that. That's a pretty cool cursor. Oh, we had a new member join our Discord earlier. Chiquita? Chiquiga? Chiquiga. I don't know. Welcome. Yeah, these are cool. I like these. We're going to give you the old Gordon Freeman special. Okay. So, distractions aside, let's do this. I choked on air. Okay. I had to cough my lungs out. My mouth is dry, and I choked on air. Okay, let's do this. So if the enemy is a drone, we're gonna have to move all... My cup is in the way, I can't see. Okay. So if we're attacking and the unit type is a drone, if the player is within the distance of enemy... Oh, wait, no. If the... Yeah, player's in the distance of the enemy. This should be the other way around. If the enemy is within the distance of the player. I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't think. And the range is enemy dot... Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a scrub. I'm a scrub. I'm a scrub. I don't know how to live stream. I suck at this. All right. If we're within the max attack range. Oh, okay. See, I'm preparing to be a big streamer, guys. This is what's happening. I'm gonna be excellent. I'm gonna beat Tim the Tat Man on subscribers. That's how big I'm the next big cheese. Us and our level up society. Okay. Jokes aside, that would be nuts. $16 by $16. Yeah. It just takes practice, Riley. Just keep practicing. Don't give up. It just takes practice. It Riley, the best advice I can give you is start learning top down or side scroller tile sets, because that skill, the ability to make those details, will set you apart from everything else. When you I'm self-taught. I've learned pixel art by myself. Watching YouTube and just practicing and practicing and practicing. So continue to practice. Find projects you can do. When I first started, I started with an 8x8 grid to learn that every pixel you place matters. When you start figuring out how to manipulate that space, grow your tile set. Grow bigger. Grow bigger. Grow bigger. And over time, you'll slowly, just like coding, programming, doing them both at the same time is a very difficult task, and a lot of indie developers are just jump into it thinking that they can do both, and some of them know they just can't draw or just can't code. But to do both is extreme flexibility as an artist. But what you gotta decide right now with your time, because time is limited. You only have so much of it, right? I don't know what lumpy touch is. Well, Riley, in the art program, they're not going to connect. They only connect in GDevelop. So, oh, okay. One of my favorite artists who's a does live streaming and stuff is Heartbeast. Benjamin. Benjamin is the reason I got started in game development 7 years ago. I've been following Heartbeast since his first 1,000 subscribers. Back when he did Game Maker, sorry. He moved to Godot. But Heartbeast is awesome. Benjamin is so cool. Really wholesome guy. I'd like to meet him. He's just very wholesome. Um, yeah. Him, Adam C. Yanis, another great pixel artist with lots of experience. Not just in theoretical ideas in artistry, but also in the practical skill. He can see silhouettes in ways that I can't. But he's the one who taught me that silhouettes matter. And a lot of my designs, as I got better, became I start with silhouettes. And that's what I did with Captain. You guys have been watching me develop Captain over the last, since yesterday. And when I first started with Captain, I'm going to pull this up on Discord. If you guys haven't seen it, uh, this is what it looked like before as a silhouette. And of course, this wasn't even the beginning. It was a black blob when I first got started. And I started building out the shape. And then over time, and it's not even that big of a change, but just adding shading detail, changing the way I was shading him, made all the world of a difference, in my perspective. His gun is exactly the same, with some small modifications. But look at that difference. This is very basic, no real detail. And then this guy, if you understand silhouettes, you can draw shading. Anyways, I'm never gonna develop this character. Stop talking to me. No, just kidding. Let's do this. No, actually, I do want to be transparent with you guys. My live streams really are about hanging out and working together and just talking while developing. That's just the way that we're going to do it moving forward. I'll be starting to make gaming videos. So once we do the reboot, so once we get in the enemy finite state machines and then we get the inventory squared away, we're going to add multiplayer. So we're going to stop all of development, rewrite everything from the ground up using the THNK system for networking, and then rebuilding all of our player code to make sure it's replicatable, right? Because right now, I'll show you guys. I would need to do some more work. But oh, I deleted. Shoot, I deleted it. You're a dummy. Okay, hold on. Uh, well, anyways, when I did have it installed, I'm not gonna mess with it now because Reborn's banging his head on the counter. Like, come on, Alex, focus, focus, focus. Um, uh, effectively though, I can boot up a server, and when I move the player on the server, the players synchronize and move. And then when you're the server and you attack a tree, all the players can see the tree wiggle. But then when they delete and everything else, and none of it works because one, it's not replicatable. Because even though I had started doing that, I got loose in my scripting. And although it works, it's not perfect. So we're gonna go back. So after we add all the base fundamentals that I want, building, oxygen, inventory, enemies. Those are the last four things we're going to be doing. Not necessarily in that order, obviously. Once those are done, multiplayer, and then we are going to polish game feel, all of that jazz, and then we're going to add new content. And when we go back to adding multiplayer, that's when I'll start doing my videos on YouTube. So right now I'm preparing, and I've got lots of content kind of prepared up, and then we're going to be doing this. What you guys may not know about me is I'm also a voice actor, and I do audiobooks as well as promos. And I've done voice trailers in the gaming industry already. And I've worked with Games Workshop on a voiceover project as well as on the game project itself. And I run a voice acting studio called Down to Earth Studios. And I take I work with other amateur voice artists, and we develop game assets. And that's what we're doing right now. And so on the side, that's what I do outside of... I'm very busy all the time. Very busy. And so this time that we spend here, I'm working on bringing the communities together. Because I want to be a game studio over time. My dream, I'm a producer. And although I can do all these things and I want to be very inclusive and be a part of my development, my education is in UI and UX, user experience. I went to college as a user experience researcher, or I got a certificate in that. Did my classes and earned that. And what that does is I focus on inclusivity. I do equability, not equality, equability. I make sure that whatever I design is user friendly for people that are from all walks of life. Also for people who are just entering the internet for the first time, maybe my game is going to be their first game. I need to make sure that I really educate them on how to function this game. You got to treat them like they've never done it before. Foolproof your product, but also for people who have disabilities and stuff. And this comes from a design aspect as well, in architecture or whatever, making sure that there's ramps for people in wheelchairs, make sure that we have color changes for people who have, because my game right now, red, blue, if you're red, blue colorblind, my game, you don't want to play it. You're not going to be able to see anything. So all of these factors we have to take into consideration, and that's my job. But I love working with people. If you guys haven't got that already, I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy meeting everyone. And so that's what I do really well. And in a community management perspective and as a researcher and producer, I'm able to work with people to make sure that they're, that everyone gets a fair shot. So with that, I've also been a security officer for the last 8 years. I run my own security company locally. So I've been a security officer for 8 years, contract manager, and I've been working in the game industry and running my own businesses when I can, as I can. So, but with my voice acting studio, back full circle, I'm working on integrating it with our game. And not just our game here, but I want to make a voice acting studio because voice actors, it's hard to do projects as an indie developer because there's not a whole lot of funds. And so we're working together to create game assets that we market and share together. It's sort of like doing pixel art with other artists, but instead we're doing voice acting. And so we're collaborating. And in that process, I'm hoping to raise some funds so that we can, I'm doing an audiobook. I'm going to get paid for it, but it's all going to go to my studio so that I can hire more actors. And what I would like to do is merge both of these products, the game making community and the voice acting community, because they're both part of the same industry, and bring those folks together and enrich our community a little bit further. And so I'm trying to figure out how to do that before I pull the trigger, because I like to think everything through and plan ahead. And so I'm hoping that in time, and when I finally pull my contacts, we'll have a big community. I want to make a game. I'm going to make a game. It doesn't matter to me how long it takes. I will make this game. TerraFarmers is coming, and no one's going to stop me. Not even myself. I'm to the age now where I've committed to this project. I'm not making anything else until I finish this game. And we're going to do that journey together. I want to show anybody that if you aspire to do it, you can do it. And I really enjoy what I'm creating now. I've done other projects where I've enjoyed the work, but it hasn't been my calling. And I really think that this game is going to be a great representation of my humor. I'm kind of a crass person, but I also like jokes. Like Borderlands is one of my favorite games of all time. BioShock, because of the dialogue, because of how people talk to you and how they treat you. And in BioShock, it's really subtle. And then in some, like, especially in the first game, with Andrew Ryan, but then in Claptrap, I think is hilarious. And just the way that people talk to you when you're idle and doing stuff is, I think, really interesting. And so I'm looking to bring that into this game. And I really want this to be a multiplayer experience. So if we go to Steam, my plan as of right now, and I'm going to keep iterating on this as we go along, as you do with everything you develop, reiterate, learn, practice, reiterate, improve as we move forward. If I do get community backing, I don't think it's ever too early to think about how you're going to monetize something. And I come from publishing. So I worked as a community manager with the release of a game. I've worked with Wizards of the Coast, working on D&D modules, writing, and other things like that. And in that, from the very beginning, you kind of think about all these business aspects. As an entrepreneur, I'm thinking about all these different things I have to do because I'm doing it myself. So I have to manage all the social media. I have to manage the Discord server. I have to do all this stuff. Over time, we'll get people to help, but that, and make the videos and sit here and do these live streams. But I'm committed to it. I'm not complaining. I'm just letting you know what that looks like. And I hope that my channel, Level Up with Alex, will continue to talk about these things and introduce it to people who are young, who are aspiring entrepreneurs, and people who it's evergreen content. It's relevant no matter when you watch it. And so, um, that was my phone. I'm moving in that sort of direction. And yeah, the live streams are going to be us chatting, hanging out, because that's not really when I'm going to get all of my game, like my actual work done. This game's gonna take as long as it does. I want to get as many people as we can in here. When we monetize, I'm going to do a payment, a subscription like Patreon or something, so you can support us monthly or buy merch or something. You know, we'll figure something out there. But effectively, the first thing that we're going to do at the very base tier of our program, whenever we decide to pull that trigger, is the Dead Fellows. So I wanted to talk to you guys about this on stream before I launch it. But effectively, for whenever you join the monthly subscription or for a one-time fee, you can become a Dead Fellow, and I'll add you to the dead guys in the game. And at the next tier level, we can add a quote, or you'll get a special picture for your character and do some extra work. But between those things, I don't want either that or go to a publisher and I say, hey, look, our demos to this point, I want money so that I can finish the game. But I think that with the way that we're going to be going about publishing content and how our community is going to grow, will really decide what direction financially we go, because, you know, making a game is expensive. It takes a lot of time. Obviously, I'm all for making a, you know, if I wanted to make a game that was thrown up on the web browser that you guys could just click and play because it's a quick game that I'm proud of, I could do that. You know, put up something, and that would be my first game. But I'm going for the big bang on my first release. I've never released my own anything, really. So, all right, that's the dream. That's the hope. That's a lot of talking. But that's what we're here for. So I'm glad to have you guys here. It means a lot to me. It really does. Um, that's funny. I have mushrooms too. Reborn. Nice mushroom, by the way. I like that. Uh, I also am a big fan of the mushrooms. And so I made these mushrooms. Um, so I was working on like a mushroom boss where he would spawn mushrooms around you, like spores come out and he spawns mushrooms, and then they bounce like this. And then sometimes, if they're out in the overworld, they pop into like big mushrooms. And sometimes those can be harvested, or they turn into bats, mushroom bats. And the tops fly off, and you've got flying around mushroom bats. Or if during the boss fight, maybe this spike thing happens, you get jabbed with a sharp mushroom. And then there's other versions where I had kind of worked on an idea where the worm would expand the territory by exploding or turning into a beast. And if whenever the worm explodes, it changes the environment that it's touching. I don't have any pictures of that in here, I don't think. Off topic. There. So effectively, when the worms explode, it changes the tile set. And that way, purple worms for this creep could grow the creep. Like StarCraft, right? You grow the creep out. And then if they were like grass worms or the natural worms, they would change it back to grass. And so mobs from each zone would fight each other. And depending on how the computer managed the RTS elements that would incorporate, battling each other, the terrain would change. So if you left an area for a long time and then one unit overpowered the other because of your interference or because of something else, then the entire area would be completely different. So that's an idea. And that kind of led me to the development of how I want um, some of the other elements of our game to work. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Back to it. Back to it. Let me move this over just in case someone messages me. Right. Okay. Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready. Sorry. I just got warmed up, guys. Okay. Started the day very groggy. My Adderall's kicking in. My brain's activating. I'm awake. Let's do this. Okay. So if the drone is below the enemy attack range. Sorry, if the drone's distance to the player is below its attack range. Uh we're gonna use drone because we are actually defining that it's drone here. We could say enemy, but uh and we're below the minimum range. Fire a bullet. Let's make sure that's working first. Okay. That seemed to work. So it should, yeah. Oh, wait, no. It should. It did! Don't worry, I got what you mean, Artistic Goblin. Uh, okay, we're gonna do this by squares. So I think that the attack range it should stop at 3 squares. So that would be uh 48. 48 squares. 48 pixels. So let's go back to our game scene and start messing with our drone. So I think the minimum range should be 48. 96 should be the max range. I think the first shading is better, in my opinion. Reborn. Because I mean, number 2 is more realistic, but number 1 is less is more. And I like the way sometimes that the eyes um aren't being cast over all the way. Or what you could do is lower the shading by 1 on the edges and then expand it to the left by 2. 1 over and 1 down. And that way the far edges, because if you got to consider it's a circle, right? So there should be a white line all the way around it, and then the shadow would be more heavy if it's coming down from the top. But I like part of the eyes exposed. The sight range. This needs to be increased to like 128. There we go. Now we've got stages. Uh, this thing can shoot you from that far away. That thing's got mad range. That was weird. What happened there? Okay, he's shooting us. He's shooting us. Oh. Wait. What is he doing? What is that about? So this makes sense, but we can see that he's in the firing state because his animation is set. So something's happening here where he is exactly on range. No? Weird. I want to know what's happening here. There it is. So it has to do with my player's origin? Because I'm technically on the line? No, but it's like a whole square. Let's make sure that I coded this right. So, okay. So if the drone is below 200 or is below the max and isn't below the medium or the minimum, shoot. And then no. So if what? What is happening? Right, there's no equal to. There's no that's what I was thinking. I was like this is acting as though it's a uh exact, not a if greater than minimum and less than maximum. But there's no equals, right? Is this a greater than equals to? Or great if it's greater sorry, if it's less than or equal to, greater than equal to? Or is it just greater and lesser? How do you have to do that in how do I check the distance based on an actual calculation and not this stupid distance to nonsense? Reborn. You Jedi. You G develop master you. What? What did you just say? What? Right. Not once as in do this once for not a repeat. You're saying do this one time as we do this check. Because right now it's running every frame. Oh. Wild. Uh-huh. All right. So for each enemy, we need to do something, right? So I gotta turn off my Facebook dings. I thought I muted my phone. Unprofessional, guys. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So for each instance of enemy, we want to check declare the variable and then do it once for enemy. Yeah. We can do this up here, right? Create a variable called right? And we're going to set it to enemy distance. Oh, I didn't know that there's a distance function. That's interesting. There's so much more things inside of gdevelop that I have yet to. I need to look at their deeper functions. The wiki sucks. You hear that? You hear that? Gdevelop, your wiki sucks. Fire whoever's writing that wiki. Update it every time you update the freaking software, not just in tooltips. That thing needs a UX overhaul. Freaking nonsense. Nonsense. Sorry. Rant over. That's dumb. Who's who's deciding that that's a good idea? There needs to be a manager in charge of like working on that stuff. It needs to be better. I don't like the system. When I was in school, and I was in high school, I took a drafting class, which is a they said it was 3D animation and design. Well, I had no idea what they meant when I heard drafting, and so I'm like, that's interesting. It was a one-time course, and they were only going to do it for one semester. So I decided, what the heck? I was one of 4 students out of thousands in that class, and I was like, okay, this class is barren as the moon. And the instructor goes, I printed you all out the help guide. He pressed F1 and printed out. Back in the day, that's where everything was inside of every program. If you pressed F1, it would pop open and give you the wiki, effectively baked into the software. So if I pressed F1, I could get all of the documentation. He printed all of that out, and I had to learn the program by reading the tooltip help information. I'm a visual learner. That sucked. That sucked. And so when I look at designs like GDevelop's wiki page, it's nauseating because it is kind of, it's following the same standard as a lot of other places, but it's just not as organized as it could be. And it makes me nauseous because I'd rather learn everything I need in a top-down way, not as I need it, finding it, sorting it through. How do you quantify like what somebody needs first? But like, some of the stuff just isn't where I think it belongs. Okay. Okay. Welcome to my TED Talk. Enough roasting. So we create a variable distance, and then now per player, per enemy, we're checking for player interaction or player. So now we can say if the variable of the object enemy, or in this case, yeah, we're going to continue this for enemy, even though it's set to the drone. That's not enemy, Alex. That's items. If the enemy if the variable of enemy distance to player is less than the player, right? No. Hold on. My brain. We're already we're setting the variable to the distance to the player. So if the distance to the player is less than the enemy itself, right? Or, sorry, less than the max range? Range, enemy, range max? You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. No, we already set the action. Now we're checking. So we made the action, change the variable distance to player of enemy to enemy distance player. And now we need to check for each enemy if the distance, rather than this, right? This? That makes sense. Yeah. And then now here, because we're going to be moving the attacks for each enemy into the repeat, right? No, outside of that scope, but inside of the drone. Okay. So now if the drone distance to the player is below... All right. Instruct me. You're confusing me with the variable check. But what we're checking it against... Yeah, the distance conditions, right? So we're saying that if the enemy distance... Are we checking the distance like this? Or we're checking a variable? Variable. Yeah, right. Yeah. If the number variable of distance to player is less than the max range, right? Or am I mistaken? And we could then... What? But aren't we still saying the same thing? I see. But we do need to check. We do need to say if it's not greater than the minimum range, right? Because we still want that to be the condition of when we attack. Yeah, these aren't underneath that. Uh-huh. It's doing the thing. It's doing the exact same thing. Oh, I see. I see. So you weren't helping me fix that other part. You're making it more resource. I see. Thank you, good sir. You taught me that I need to pay attention to where I'm putting things. You keep reminding me of this. This is good. I hate coding. It makes me want to cry. Tears of sadness. Okay. All right. So now, don't we need to check the bullet? Well, okay. So what's going on here is every time this guy shoots, it's firing for every enemy. Or does this gonna freak it out? I can. This is the most confusing part for me. What was happening is... There we go. We fixed it. No, we didn't. Almost fixed it. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so do you see here? This is what's happening. When I'm this close, he shoots me, but he's staying in the animation. But when I leave, I'm no longer in attack range, right? Because I'm outside of it. Because I'm dumb. We talked about why we needed this to happen. Because now he should be patrolling me. He's stuck in a tree. Our guy's stuck in a tree. Fixed it. I'm pretty sure. No, wait. He stopped. Why? You see what I'm saying? What is that? Why is he doing that? Way out here. We need to move it in. But now we can change the expression to be more efficient, right? Yeah, he has a sight range. We've already deciding that. We've dealt with the sight range before. This is his pursuing state, right? Because I want him to chase you before he shoots you. I want him to get closer to you before he starts shooting you. So this is his aggro range. I see. So we'll just use distance to player because we don't need to keep checking, right? So if the distance to player is it's 128. It's bigger than everything else. I don't Riley, what do you mean? I have no idea. Oh, as a control keyboard control or like yeah, I think you are right. But he should have changed back. Oh no, you're right. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Uh right. Um that makes sense, Riley. Okay, so here if I see what you're saying though about what you had said earlier. This would solve that problem completely and it wouldn't stop the chasing, right? Oh, he's stuck in a tree. Yeah. Yes. Okay, we just need to improve that logic a little bit. And so now when I run so far away, he'll go to my last position and not return to idle ever again. He, come back here. What happened to you? Did I break him? What happened? That one broke for sure because he targeted me before. Okay. It's almost doing what I want it to do. But the eye is red when it's chasing me. I like that. We'll fix that in a minute. Look, dude, these things would be annoying to dodge. I'll tell you what. If there's multiple of these guys trying to run around, I'm also going to slow down the player because this player is way too fast. Like, he's got the zoomies. Wow. All right. Something is breaking when we're going back to our idle state. And I'm not sure what. Oh, it's because I didn't add the pursue action back to we don't want to go to idle, we want to go to pursue. That's why. That poor guy. We broke them. Okay. Not quite right. There we are. So now I can't even tell if he's going back or not. Okay, he broke, but the other one shouldn't break. Go away. Good. There we go. It's working. Except for I need to make sure that my player is far enough away that that doesn't happen. And it almost looks like we need to zoom out the camera a little bit. I think we might be too far zoomed in, guys. Let's take a look at our camera manager and let's change this to like 2. Change everything to 2. See what happens. I don't know. That might work out better. I can sure see a hell of a lot farther. But maybe too far. Maybe 2.5. Let's do a 2.5 zoom. Yeah, that's not bad. Well, he's trying. What are you doing? Got stuck there for a second. I think he was trying to avoid the tree. It's because he can't. I understand. He can't attack while he's idling. We turn that off. So we just need to move the attack script into idle as well, because it's a finite state machine. So in finite state machines, remember, we have to add each action into our script. So if we're pursuing, right, this is our action. But now, if the distance to the player, the enemy, we want to change this to one of these. So if the distance to player of the enemy is less than or equal to the attack range, switch over to attack. I think. We'll see. Uh-oh. I'm just messing everything up. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. It's because of this, for one. So idle in the drone is the attack for the drone. We need to know when to idle. And this would be true for all things. We want to move the idle script to a position, so we'll take this, move that into here. The other one too. And then we're going to move that into above everything else. So it doesn't matter. Would you do what I tell you to do? So it doesn't matter what enemy. Whenever this happens, do these tasks when we're under the attack script. Uh, if the distance to the player of the enemy is less than the attack range, switch to attack. Okay. Now it's not doing it. Because we were breaking the idle script. So now he'll remember where we were and he'll go back. That's the logic I wanted earlier. And then from there, he'll go back to his last known location. Good. So they'll chase me to where they last saw me. And then if I run away, it should do that. Let's try this again. Shoot me. I'm going to run away. Uh-huh. Dang, these things can see you so far away. It's ridiculous. He's stuck on a tree. Okay. I was wondering what he was doing. Oh, that was an issue. What happened there? He got stuck between two states, and I think it wasn't the state. I think it was the tree. Like, if he flips over on top of a tree, he's going to get stuck. We don't want that. Like that guy. There he goes. I wanted to see how bright the while we're kind of doing this together, I wanted to see how far I could get the light. Because we zoomed out a little bit, if you hadn't noticed that. Reborn. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to see how far the sight range is compared to my light ball. Alright, this is taking way too long. I don't know why I'm doing that this way. I could just go to our day and night manager and change the button. When I press the Y key, set it to 2300 hours. Boom. There we go. Turn those lights off. Yeah, that's pretty good. We can even darken it, I think, a little bit more. So if we take anything that is 200, so we'll go Control F, anything that is 200 and set it to 225. 225. Dang it. 225. 225. Replace all. I hit the wrong one. It's this one. There we go. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. That really sells the darkness. Man, it's so dark. Okay. Cool. All right. Anyways. Enemy. Okay. So from attack, we can go to idle, but we can't go to pursue. Oh, I put it in here. All right. Easy enough. Now, if it is a drone, for each enemy, fire a bullet. For each instance of bullet, okay, so the first thing we're going to fix is this trail, because it makes me very sad. We just got to fix that real quick. Does it need to be in here? Okay, for one, I'm not even touching the right script because I'm dumb. Cause what? Oh, these? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Where else are they? That was it, right? This is redundant. We don't want to double loop that. What? What just happened? Oh, I moved it, right? Yeah, that was right. Right? Am I crazy? No, it's not working at all. Okay, so I did that wrong. My brain. Okay, so... Oh, yeah, well, I need this anyways, right? Um... For one, this is too high on the totem pole. That can't happen until after that happens. In a top-down way. Okay. Very good. Fixed. Nope. Not fixed. What? Alright, what am I missing here, bud? You're about to tell me, Reborn. I can feel it in my jellies. What am I overlooking here? This can't be inside here. It wouldn't make any sense, right? Yeah, see, now we're shooting lopsided. What? My robots got lazy-eyed, I guess. Not sure what's happening here. Okay. What is happening here? Okay. It's every time they shoot at the same time. I'm pretty sure. it gets messed up. So if they're in sync together, see? I broke everything. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Okay, what? You're setting the trail angle to bullet angle, but you're not specifying which bullet. So don't I need to take into account then? What? What? What happened? Did anybody see that? What is he doing? Where are you going, guy? This guy's stuck on the terrain, I think. We're missing a greater than or equals to on a transition somewhere. Hold on. Pretty sure that's the problem. I think I was sitting right at the precipice of his range because it was equal to it. And it's probably because he's moving because of the shake, now that I'm thinking about it. Because every time he shoots... Well, it's because of the shake. We're shaking weird. So he's being shaken as he's shooting, and then he's pursuing to get closer to the enemy, or to me, and then shoot me. Man, these guys can really hit you. Yeah. All right, cool. Now, we got that part done. Bullet done. For now. We're going to come back to it. Now it's time for laser beams. Laser beams need a chance to shine. Yee! Laser beams. Get out with one of them laser beams. Wait. Don't do what I just did. No. I saw the logo backwards in my head. Okay? Stop shooting at me for a second. I'm not sure why. Uh... Now I made it repeat for enemy twice? What'd I do? This is in the idle state, right? What do you mean? What am I repeating twice? Oh. No wonder I'm so confused. I I was like, what is he talking about? Didn't so confused. All right, let's give him a second here to catch up. All right, now I'm in sync. You watched it 2 times. Okay, so we have this weird happening. We have this weird happening. If the distance to the player of the enemy is greater than no is less than or equal to the max range, set it to attack. When we're in the idle state, that should be working. Pursuing is also working. But we could also change that to the pursue value to one of these, right? So if the distance to the enemy is less than or equal to the sight range, but greater than the attack range, go to pursue. If I'm less than the attack range, attack. I'm just trying to polish up these last little. Hello? Oh, we're not checking. We're not setting the. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Good. Now what happens when I move? Go to my last spot. Go to idle. And because I taunted that dude too early, he doesn't know where to go. Let's just make sure that this is nice. Then we're going to shoot laser beams from his freaking eye. Well, I'm going to check it only in 2 states. I'm only checking it in the idle and the attack state. The distance to him doesn't need to be done outside of that at the moment. So no point in adding it to everything, right? I guess I would have to put it up here for each instance of enemy, which is I guess is fine. It doesn't. So I guess at the top we'll do it. Can I please? Can you give me one of these? The right click, Alex. Right click, and the right spot for each enemy. Right? Because if we do this, though, it's going to happen all the time. All the time. But don't we only need it... But do we need it all the time? Or do we need it when we enter those states? Because like this one, we're doing it when we enter the state. If you're a drone. But wouldn't we just want to call that one time? I see. Either way, I guess you could do it this way, but for now I'm just gonna keep with what I got until I need to change it. I'm not sure what happened there. Hello, tile. We'll work on the world generator later. That's fine. What have I done? Oh, I took it out of there. I see. That's fine. Guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Yeah. I recognize that. That's fine. We'll just do it like this. Whatever. Uh-huh. Do you have a last known position, guys? Nope. I broke both of them before they even had a chance to begin. I gotta let them choose their first position. And now I can mess them up. Well, that one I broke. I don't think he has a last known position. Nope. Why didn't you return home? Go away. He did return home. It was just in a weird spot because you can't really see it. Okay. Yeah, he did. He did. Okay. All right. Laser beam. Oh, mother-loving laser beam. Let's go. This isn't right. Because we're going to need to fire now a laser. Or are we not going to use a bullet? We're not going to use a bullet. We don't need to use a bullet. Right? We can just minus the health based on a timer. So we won't be calling the enemy just fired. Okay. That's fine. We don't need this right now. Alright, so for each instance of enemy is our next little endeavor here, right? I need to shrink all this stuff down so I can see what I'm looking at. Alright, for the attack, idle pursue, damage player. If it's a drone, bullets. For each instance of enemy. Laser. So for each instance of enemy, if the distance to the player is shape painter. We have a laser. So I'm thinking we're gonna draw. We don't need to do array, right? Okay, how do we do? All right. Reborn. This is where you come in again. You were saying before that we can calculate. I do. Yes, I do. It's already in our character. For now. I'm gonna change it later because we're gonna charge with this big eye, but this will. Okay. So how do we do a percentage chance? You're saying I could base it on percent? So like after X amount of bullets. So do we do a counter and do a random and range counter? So let's say we select a chance that every X amount of bullets, let's say every 10th bullet or 5th bullet. Right. And then we're going to. Okay. So object counter. So every time we fire a bullet, we're going to add 1 to the bullet counter. So variable number enemy uh, bullet count is equal to 0. Add 1. Sorry. Right? So every time we shoot, add a bullet. Under the bullet, yeah. Modulating through the difference. Compare two strings. Okay. Two numbers, yeah. So like max bullets, right? Oh. Okay, so if modula enemy dot variable. Okay. Okay. That's what we already did. Didn't we? So we need to do. Oh. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. I got you. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I was reading what you were saying, but I wasn't looking up here. And then yeah, so when we modulate and we're going from 0 to 5, when it equals 0, when we iterate through all of it and it goes back to the beginning, or when it is. Yeah. So then when the variable well, we can go enemy. When the enemy variable of variable number bullet count is greater than 0. Yeah. I was. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I modulate somewhere. I was trying to learn from my own code so I can relook at what I've done before and then remind myself. And I can't remember. I think it's in the inventory. So it's in the player's finite state machine in the inventory manager. Uh, Mod is the remainder of a division, yeah. But then we need to reiterate over that modulation, right? I thought I modulated. Maybe I don't do that anymore? Uh, yeah, because so just in modula, so when you do that, we need to repeat this, don't we, for x. So is it in my time scale that I do this? Hold on. I get what you're saying, but I want to look at. Let me look at this real quick. Uh, it's actually my day night manager. I wanted to bring that back. My day night manager. I do a lerp through. No, 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 no. Mod. Okay, this is what I was looking for. This is the scene variable that we're looking for, isn't it? So when bullets. So if our scene variable should actually be if the number of bullets is greater than 0, then right. So every fifth bullet when it resets, we would run a random chance. I don't. Oh, because yeah, you're right. There's no reason to. That's just extra math. You're right. Okay. And the reason why we don't need to is because we're just counting how many bullets happen. So every increment of 5, because we're dividing it by 5. Later, Riley. Thanks for stopping in, bud. Okay. I want to say that's correct. I think I understand why we do it this way. You too, Riley. Okay. So do we need this then? We don't need this. Okay, go ahead. Why are they not being shot every frame? Because there's 60 frames, right? Or are you saying why is that not happening? For each instance of enemy, Well, the fire bullet mechanic has a cooldown timer, is why. Because otherwise you would be right. But because the bullet behavior has a cooldown rate, it shoots every, although it's checking every frame, if the cooldown rate isn't ready, it can't shoot again. If I change this to 0, or like do like 0.1, right? I'd be getting lit up right now. This thing's gonna have a machine gun. Look at that thing. I don't know what's happening there, but I don't like it. So, I mean, we should fix it. You're right. Because we can say, yeah, right. So, in this case, if the enemy uh is ready to shoot. I'm curious to, even though it's shooting so many of them. Oh man, this is not cool. Uh, then we can move this into here, couldn't we? Now, in the bullet, because now it's saying the same thing, right? For now, because now that we have the is ready to shoot, we can check if it was fired. But we can do it outside of that, like this, and minimize that script. Well, it sure is shooting those right. But that shouldn't, I mean, they should still grow, right? They're not on like a Or can I just not compute that fast? That is a very fast behavior. We'll do like 1.25. Let's fight me, bastards. Haha, you can't hit me. Get away from me, you robot scum. Alright. I can't wait until I can beat the life out of these creatures with a crowbar. It's going to be so satisfying to just thwack the life out of it. Thwack, 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 thwack. I'm going to beat him up. I'm looking forward to it. Okay. So, back to our game script. And then we can just drag that into here too. Right? Because all that did was move it into our... Yeah. What happened there? Did you see that? Why'd that happen? Hmm. There's this shot that it did where one of the... Dude, these lines make it so hard to see. No. I know why that's happening. But one of the shots... Let's see if I can do this. The trail was like way off. But... think that was him getting stuck on terrain. It's hard to tell. Hasn't done it again. But that other guy just didn't have a home. He created one after, so that's fine. I don't know. I can't get it. It didn't happen again. Laser. Right? We got to get the laser done. All right, for each instance of enemy. Right? When Oh, no, we were doing sorry. You're right. We got to do a condition. Okay. So learn me something here. So whenever we modulate from 0 to 5, so every count uh that's because we don't. Wait. Is that normal? No. Were they still shaking when they weren't shooting? I wasn't watching. Oh yeah, their animation is up and down. But that was because I was being lazy. They should be tweening up and down. But their sprite is moving up and down. Right? Yeah. Because they're going to be shadows because they're hovering, right? So like whoa, 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 you know? No, no, no. It's animation. When I add shadow and they like bob up and down and the shadow gets darker, I think it'll make more sense visually. But yeah. Okay. So okay, so when we modulate from 0 to 5 though, right? Without the 0, we're saying from the bullet count let's say 25% chance. Like keep it a nice fat round number so we can understand this. 5.2. Huh? Oh yeah, yeah. Math. 4.8. Uh-huh. Or are you saying duplicate the frame? I'll just wait for what you're saying here. Ah. Wait, then why did I duplicate compared to numbers? Oh, duh. My brain. Don't worry about it. You get 0. Counts as a number. Correct. Yep. So modulate. So every 5 count, basically reset it, but every 5th count, we rotate through and change the state to laser. Okay. Hmm. It should be set to charge because we're charging our laser. Yeah, yeah. So we're going to move bullet in the attack state. We're leaving the attack state. So I'm going to move this out. Put this up here just so I can work on it. So this is, got to shrink all this stuff down so I can see what I'm doing. This is the charge state. We'll move that underneath here. Okay. So in charge if the state is charged. So we're just going to duplicate this. If the state is charged, change the animation to charge. Yeah, I got this part. This part I understand. Because we're not looping it at the end of when the enemy animation equals is finished. Where's the is finished? There it is. Well, it already charges up 3 times. But I do want to repeat that because okay, so I think what I want to do. So I want to make this look fancy and I want to do it right immediately. So here's what we're going to do. So as the laser is charging, we have our loops. I want every loop for particles to be created and be pulled in to the origin of this and then destroyed. So it's like vacuuming in particles and then it's going to shoot. Sort of like Mega Man's gun. Does that make sense? I just think that would add a lot of really solid game feel to the enemy. Uh, particle emitter. Particle emitter. For sure. Just makes more sense to do it that way. Okay, so oop, that's loud. Okay, you guys can't hear it good. Okay, so basically what I want to do is while the unit is charging, now that's an animation, right? But effectively I want particles in the front to basically reverse, spawn out here and get pulled inwards. No, but I'm going to make one now because you said something. So let's go make a new particle emitter. So tools, Objects. No, no, no. FX. There it is. Pixel trail. Create a new object. Particle, 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 particle emitter. Whoa! I didn't know that they had particles. Oh, because I was using a pixel trail. They have a trail. G-develop, you fancy bastard. All right, 1 second. Okay. So, yep, yep, yep. These are cool. I'm gonna get. No, I didn't mean to import that. Damn it. Damn it, Alex. What are you doing? Every time I clicked on one, I didn't know I was adding it, but I'm gonna watch it now. Particles. Whoa. Yo. Those bubbles are perfect. Almost. Almost perfect. Okay. Oh, I'm ready for this. Let's delete some of this nonsense. Okay. So, we have a particle effect. We're going to call it the charge particle effect for now. We don't want this to be a fog. So I've already broken it. We need to actually do this the right way. Okay. Enemy, right? No, we already know where we want it. I want it on the enemy center. Because that happens to be where the enemy's eyeball is. In the middle of its eye, in fact. So we don't need to add a point. Yeah, I mean, I can. I don't really feel like I need to. So let's work on the particle emission, right? So the first thing we need to do with this new particle emission is figure out whether or not particles look good. So that's a little wild. And those are like fire coming out. So let's finagle this. Does that have to be so big? Damn. All right. It doesn't even sit in the middle. I don't like that. Right, there we go. It's because it's not the right size. Wow, this is driving me nuts. There we go. Oh, whatever. All right. So, like 10 particles at a time, right? So before anything else, I only want there to be like... Yeah, I know. It was weird that it's not centered like everything else is. So this doesn't quite work. One, it's flowing the wrong way. But also, so if it's flowing the wrong way, I need to negative. That way. Oh no, that's up, not down. Wait, now the flow of particles minimum? No, that's a force. I hate this. I don't want to have to draw a custom animation for this if I don't have to. But I'm starting to feel like I'm going to have to. Because, again, I'm dumb. And I don't get what all this means. I accidentally hit the top of my mic. Shouldn't these be falling backwards then? What are those conditions? If the particle's gravity is like negative 100 in the X formation... Okay, that is working. No, listen here, man. It's going to be awesome. It'd be easier if I just did it in an animation, though, wouldn't it? It would be easier if I just do it in an animation. All right. All right. Get all down here to the drone layer. Let's do the eyeball charging. If that's the case, we're going to change eyeballs for charging. You might as well. Because now it's one big animation. So this animation needs to get changed on the drone layer. I don't know what layer I just deleted that from. So there we go. Control Z. There we go. Drone charge. So now... I don't have a whole lot of room to work with here, so let's draw on a different layer. So if we're starting to pull in air or something, right, we need to kind of have like a... Uh... You're right. You're right. Because I can. You're right. I will. Um, I'm gonna move it to a 32 by 32 grid and put the character in the middle. All animations should be like this, anyways. But as long as the origin is the same, it doesn't really matter. Correct? I want to say that that's true. Maybe I'm wrong. Uh, Yee. All right. Good to know. Hmm. I'm trying to think of what I want this to look like. You know? Uh. Hmm. Trying to pull up a reference to Mega Man so I can see a little bit better. We could make the beam look like a Kamehameha. Start playing the... Okay. So I do know, okay, it's not the first frame, but somewhere down here, we're going to do some keyframing. So somewhere down here, what I want is this to happen. So Let's do that. So off the player's body, 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe. Let's see. We'll do it like that. 2. Let's do 3 right here. I'm gonna move. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Gotta get off the drone layer and put it on the one above it. So then we can go like, I want it to like tick right before it explodes, if that makes sense. So basically, I had those upside down. When we get to a full capacity, when it's at full charge, I want it to like ting, and then shoot a laser at you. So this is like the pre-click, click, and now boom. So we have like a few frames to mess with here. Okay, we're just going to take all of this and move it, everything over 1. Up 1. Down 1. Okay. And then we're going to take that and move it over here. So effectively, this guy's in the wrong spot. There you go. So it's like absorb these particles by pulling them in. So I just need a small particle loop. Doesn't need to be very big. So something like this. So we're going to start by generating the particles in the charge. So once we get situated, we begin to charge. We can now move this animation to a new frame, actually. So let me grab this guy. Copy him. File new. That's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Put him right in the middle. Right there. And now we can do all this. Okay. Canvas, we're gonna do 3, so I have some room. We're gonna do 12 frames. It's not really gonna be 12 frames, but it gives us a bunch of room to animate if we need to. So now we're going to start by adding a background layer, because this is, I can't see nothing. There we are. And then we're gonna start with our gonna bring everything back in here. Oh, okay, keep going. We're not done. We lost the first one. That's okay. Add that later. I have it saved, so I guess it really doesn't matter. Don't save it. There we go. All right. So particles. Particles, particles, particles. There we go. So sometimes less is more. So we're going to undo what we just did, actually. And just select all the white. Kill this. There we go. Bring it in. Sometimes less is... He should be on this layer. Yes, he should be. Yes, he should be. All right. Let's see here. So we want to kind of pull in from the face. So maybe the eye has like 2 white spots. Particles, 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 particles. My guy. You want to draw particles? I will probably use them. I could use a step particle. Particle effect when the player moves. We've got a lot of particles to draw later. Okay, so we need to start moving all of this a little bit more. Trying to figure out what's the best spot to put that guy. Something like this. Maybe add a couple more particles to let you know that it's getting like sucked in. It's too much. Too much uniformity, maybe? Air doesn't really move like that. Okay, because effectively what I'm thinking, right? We'll just use these for now. Come from all the way around it, like behind it. Like you're saying, like they like smoke cloud into it. But maybe we don't pull that far. They don't need to be yeah. That's kind of the effect I was trying to go for. Like it's condensing the laser out of the air. What I'm trying to do is do a laser condense. So what I want to do, okay, is basically charge up this particle beam where it's like pulling. No, yeah, you're right. We're just gonna do motion, right? So in the next frame, it'll look a little different because we just got to convey the message that it's pulling energy in. I kind of like the idea that it's being drawn though from further away and being pulled in to the center. I know I'm probably being really picky about this in particular, but I can be, okay? I'm allowed to be, damn it. Nobody says anything, and I'm just like swearing to myself. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right. All right. All right. We're gonna start with one puff cloud, and then we're gonna add more as time goes on. Okay. I'm tired of this. So create an animation that is ridiculously long. Let's say I want to do 4 frames where it's pulling in. I want to do it in a 4-frame cycle. So to repeat every 4 frames, X amount of times, right? So the next one, we need to move this. Hello. Wrong layer. Move this. Well, I don't know which part is going to get covered up by the particles. So I could work on creating a really cool eye animation, but it's going to be hidden by particles, most likely. Because all you're going to be able to see is this before it clicks and then fires. Like it's charging up some sort of... I don't know. I'm just going to play around. It's boring for some people. Fun for me. And by the time it gets in here, I want it to be red anyways, right? Because we're like pulling energy particles. I do like that. You're saying like... Give me a second here. Okay, because this is what I'm thinking though. So as we charge up, there's this moment where... Why is this guy here? It's not even supposed to be here. Alright, I'm gonna move this guy over. So there's gonna be a moment where we pull in so much that there's gonna be this click, right? That happens, this little like visual click, and it's gonna go like that. And then in the next frame, it's gonna be like lesser. I really gotta stop doing that. That's gonna drive me nuts. Okay. So like there's this click, kind of looks like this. And it's got like these little bits here, kind of like that, maybe. I want a visual click, right? So it's gonna click. Let me copy this. And clicks kind of look like this, where they sort of travel a little bit further out. Move everything a couple of paces outwards. And then we're just going to duplicate that on the flop side. Flip that around. Right? So we've got this animation where it's like traveling outwards. Let's put our guy in the same spot. Take these. He's not in the right spot, but if I copy this guy and put him there, then there we go. So it's like click, right? And then on the last frame of this click, I want something special to happen. So we're kind of fading our click out, right? So as it goes, it gets smaller. And then here we can just kind of disperse it at the end. Nice little animation. And then at the end of that, this thing beams up. And I'm kind of thinking that I want to do some sort of like... And it looks weird at the moment. But with a gradient, I could make this beam big. And then over the next couple, like in the next frame, so it's like a big blast, because we're focusing in our laser, right? So it's like this big dispersed ray of light. Go backwards because I did this again on the wrong fucking frame. So it's a big dispersive light. And then we can just bring this backwards a little bit. But, well, it doesn't matter because I'm just demonstrating. And then from here, we go thinner. So we'll just chop that out like there. And do the same thing on the other side. Erase. Focus in the laser. So effectively, though, it'll go through these stages where it goes big, and then the last one is like that. So there is, let me demonstrate this a little bit differently. So imagine that it's red on the outside and like white on the inside. And then the white laser focuses in. So my idea is it's going to hurt. And it's going to be a constant thing. So it's going to kind of look like it's scanning at first for a moment. So like imagine the player is under it, right? So we're going to take this and rotate it. So imagine that the player's over here and it's looking at the player. And then it's going to be like really transparent. So it's going to start really light, just light red. And as it gets to the last frame, it's going to be solid like that. And then it's just drilling the player. Of course, with better coloring and everything else. What's up, Bo? So what do you guys think of that method of firing? Okay. I do. Yeah, we'll see whatever fits the bill in the end. So we kind of have puffs coming in this way, but I want puffs coming in from other directions as well. So now, before we continue to animate on any other layer, I'm going to start adding in other puffs coming from further away, like out here. And then maybe just some like small particles. And then, of course, we're going to have to keep adding junk everywhere. I want to get this to look right, but this isn't quite the way I wanted it to look yet. I'm not sure what I'm going to have to do here. Obviously, that looks like a mess. Just trying to play around with... I don't know if you guys can really see the animation, but it's kind of choppy. Very choppy. All right. Think about this a different way. What if it's like... Hmm. People are like, what are you doing, guy? I'm trying to figure out where the funnel should be. There we go. So, like, to make this a bit more uniform, if we have a guideline, okay, now we have an area in which we can pull air from. So then all of our particles need to be, like, out here. And because they're wind or air, it needs to have, like, effects like this. This one could be a little bit bigger, maybe. And then, you know, you turn this to white as well for now. That's the only guide I really need, is those 3 dots. Yeah, I know the it doesn't have to necessarily be a red beam, right? But this is just either way. Um, I want it to be like compressing the air because there's not much of it. Like, I want it to really feel like it's drawing from your environment. Oh, okay. Nice and aggressive. I see. I want it to really feel like it's about to pack a punch. So maybe that's what you meant by thundery. So then if we go from that, okay, let's just set this. This is constant. And then if we move this in, let's go a couple of frames in, so it looks like it's pulling it in. And this guy comes here. And at this rate, we don't need... Maybe we just make the eyeball white. And then... we're just going to keep tinkering with this frame by frame. Now we're going to get rid of this one, because both of these are going to take its point, basically. And then this one would be smaller, as it's going into the eye. This one's going to be brought in. This one, we can start shrinking. It really should be like... Actually, I'm going to put it back to its original size. I don't want to shrink this one yet. I'm going to move it a little bit closer, though. There we go. I really should be paying attention to my onion layer, so I can see kind of what's happening in the next frame. Or in this case, I could put on the back one, so I can see, okay, so in the last animation that we just did, we need to move that along the same trajectory. There we go. Honestly, I should have done that before. Okay. Let's tweak this real quick to make it look good. So in this frame, which is the second frame, we see that the frame behind us looks like this. And that isn't following the laws of being sucked in. And neither is this. So we're going to fix that. And then we're going to move this closer. Move this one closer. There we go. We're going to have a more organic pull now. We can get rid of this. Okay. And then in this one, we can replace both of those. Those are gone now. Move to animation 3. This needs to be like here. Same thing with this one. I feel like it's about a burp. Burp. Sucking in all that air. Kind of move this up and over. Now these should be arcing. Because they're getting like pulled. The weight of it is being pulled. I'm going to shrink these. Be like this. And almost like break off pieces of it. So maybe it's starting to deteriorate the closer it gets. And then we don't really actually want that to be like that anymore. I feel like this would just be a big cloudy mess at this point in here. Same thing with here. It's just like sucking up whatever it can. And then we're going to do the same thing here where like the cloud is getting broken apart. And we could do some fun, like split this one in half. Add some more shading. We do it like that. And then move them. So that'll go this way. This should be different parts. Oh. How many frames would I need for that? Like 8, I think. Okay. You asked for it. Okay, see? That's what I was talking about. But click. And then... And then here we can do a really cool like, eye effect. Like it's about to fire the laser, and whatever the laser color is, it could be like inside the eye. Right? So let's say we're going to shoot a white beam or something. A red beam. So it'd be like... Let's go through that. What? Animation 1 got down to 1 frame. What happened? Oh, base tile. My bad. This should be 12. chink, poop, poop. Yeah. So that's the basics, right? We haven't colored the particles yet. We don't know what we're gonna do. I think that this could be brought in. I think that's fine. Tink. And then this. So, okay. So we have this. We're going to move this over. Got to move that over. And then underneath it, we got to move the next frame over too. Okay, so now to what Reborn was saying. Let's start with a white puff cloud back here. And then if we're going to do that, we got to follow the rules here. So puff clouds move slower. And here we can maybe can I make it look like a cloud? It'd be kind of interesting if maybe there was like some deeper, because we're gonna like pull this, we're condensing it from the atmosphere. So maybe we have just like a little bit. Not very puffy. It's a very angular cloud. There we go. Okay. So if the cloud moves slowly, because it's big, then it should only move one frame a tick. Okay, putting my clouds in the wrong place because I'm dumb. All right, let's do this again. Let's fix our cloud. Copy the cloud. Paste it out. Go back to the very beginning. Put it on the right layer. All right, cloud behavior. Let's talk about clouds. Okay. Next frame. Obviously, I don't think you anticipated my cloud being so big, but that's okay because I am thinking about this. It should start speeding up. And now that it's getting closer, it over the fourth frame, it should break up as it's being sucked in. Right? So now in this next frame, take this guy, paste it here, and now we can start breaking this cloud. So how are we going to do that? We can take this, kind of pull the cloud in, chop this off. So now as it gets closer, I'm going to see it kind of shift a little as puffs come off of it. It's a bit extreme. We don't want to break it so far, so fast. And it's because our thing isn't even there yet, technically. So then we could like cut it. That's what this frame should be. This one needs to move over one. Right? So now we need this frame to kind of be the last frame as we go up. And then we're going to redo this one just to make it look better. So now that we're here, one up, over. Yeah, I don't like this. This one needs to go down one. All right, we're going to move the cloud from the very beginning. I need to adjust its position. I want it to go up and over. So I want it to come in an arc over the robot's head. I can turn on both these onion layers. So now blue is behind it, red's in front of it. So now up. This one needs to be the top of the up. So like this. And then the next one we need to fix. And then in this frame, we should be seeing the cracks of the cloud as it's about to split. Sometimes less is more. We can even see some of it beginning to deteriorate, especially as we get closer to it like this. We want to start seeing it starting to come apart. So maybe as it gets pulled, because clouds don't move this way naturally, right? So as it's being sucked in, it should be getting squashed and stretched a bit. So as it moves, you guys see what I'm going for? Almost like the antenna breaks it, right? So let's move this down again. We'll get there. It's going to look choppy for a little bit, but we're getting it. We want to kind of move this section to the other side. A little bit. So let's take a look here. So this wants to come in. This would then bend up. We can just come in here, and it would be easier if I did it in white first, but that's okay. I want this to come down. All right. So if it starts back here, I think we're starting to get into a size compatibility issue. And then from that, we get movement. And then we get some dispersion. And then we get sucked in. And then we should be leaving like bits of cloud kind of behind to give it that sense of movement. So when you do a sword strike or something, you kind of have this like exactly what I just did. We have like that arch. We want to kind of do that to some of our cloud. Give our cloud just a little bit of arch movement, maybe even separate it a little bit. Come in here and clean up that separation. And then we need to move this out a little bit more. Kind of just fixing up some of the shape. Remove that and just leave a cloud like that out here. Something like this. Yeah, I'm gonna increase the volume of the initial to make it more scalable. I was just thinking of the same thing. So if we move this up a little bit, and then we move this over, and increase the size of this one, and then we move this over, and then thin it out a little bit, like you're saying. Maybe this is where it breaks. So now we're starting to pull that stretch a little bit. We can make it smaller, but it needs to be like coming towards. And then we would flop this part around and add the shading below for the most part. And then we'll also break it up with a few like lines. And if we do break it up like that, we can then copy it, cut it out, move it. Because not all the air is going to get sucked in either, right? We're going to need more frames. That's fine. It's going to take as long as it needs to. So the full animation, we're going to change. This is going to be nuts. So the full animation is going to be 8 frames just for one cycle of charging. And then that way we can get a nice smooth transition because we're keyframing right now effectively, right? So now we can go back and add some of those transitions. So I'm going to go back pretty far because this was all just playing around. Let's get that gas cloud back to where it needs to be. And let's do it over 8 frames. So 8 frames. So the first cloud is a biggin. He's a big guy. He's going to come out of nowhere. Like off, like, yeah, just in the edge of the screen. And then in this scene, it's going to start getting pulled. So we need to move it over 1, 2, down 1. Over 2, down 1. So it's moving diagonal. And now we need to show that it's starting to get pulled. And then from here, we're going to grab it and move it even further. And in this case, I don't want to pick it up when we moved it over. So yeah, there we go. We want it to be like it's getting pulled from up here. And then every time we move it, we want to extend and then shrink another edge of the cloud. We're gonna do some editing. Obviously, this is not working out at the moment, but let's break that off and make it even more narrow. I feel like it needs to be pretty narrow to signify that it's getting pulled in. And here we could leave like a puff cloud behind. It got pulled so fast it left that lump that was behind it in the air. So like that little cloud puff didn't make it. Just get pulled out from it. Maybe we can then move it up like this and then move this guy over. And maybe we can pull it from down here. Okay. So if that's these frames. All right, we need to go back to the beginning and consider how we're going to do this. So from the beginning, if it starts kind of down here, we can get a smoother transition. Kind of see its shape change just a little bit. We don't want to go too far. But we do want to give it that look like it's about to be pulled. And then we're going to, on the next frame, move it a little bit closer. And start that fragmentation. So where it starts looking like it's getting pulled. So we're going to pick up the bottom a little bit. Move out that top edge. Like bring it down. And then we need to shrink the butt a little bit and move this over. And here, I feel like we can even split it in half. Break it up even more now that we're getting closer to the drone. So we need one more frame in between these two frames. It's going to be longer than 8. That's crazy. It's going to be like 12 frames. We're going to move some more stuff around. Go backwards to here. And check out what we need to do. So up here, we're actually going to duplicate this one. And then work on that last piece. Add a little bit more going on down here. So we can just kind of build this out a little bit more. And then take this guy. Maybe, let's take a look at this. This is where it needs to start like coming in to the robot. There it goes. Dude, we're doing a reverse train puff. Why did I start? I should have done it backwards. This would have been so much easier to do backwards and then reverse the frames than it is to play in reverse. To do what I'm doing now. Oh, dude. Do I need to remind everybody that I'm not great? Don't idolize me in any sort of way. I'm dumb. Dumb, dummy. I'm a 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 dummy. Yeah, it does, but some of the frames would be just a smidge different. But it would be pretty close, honestly. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. Sorry. I get fucking random things stuck in my head. Got Yondu in my brain space. And I want to kind of stretch this just a little bit more. Give it the look that it's kind of being, it's really being pulled in. And then this guy can be a little bit more up here. We can increase this just a smidge. The arches by just grabbing some of these fatter pieces and moving it out one. And then we can kind of pull this particle up. Move this over. Down. We're almost there. Nice. I don't have Procreate because I don't have an Apple product. Not a single one of them. I wouldn't have it any other way. Though Procreate is really cool. I have a drawing tablet. I draw with my mouse, but which is wild. I don't really recommend anybody do it this way, but all right. So now this needs to be this frame. I keep ended up adding like the frame in between the other frames. Oh, I see. I think this is a bit more in line with what we were doing. This guy over here. So let's maybe thin it out just a little bit and stretch it and move it just a smidge here. So it really feels like it's getting sucked in. I'm going to expand that edge a little bit. There we go. I feel like this needs to start coming towards the cloud a little bit. It needs to be longer, which means it needs to be up higher. Uh, hmm. The shading is throwing me off a little bit. Maybe we do like a small emphasis that it's coming apart. I don't know, dude. Animation like this isn't my strong suit. All right. My strong suit is tile sets. I will draw you a tile set. Don't you worry. I wonder if there's like a good corner or something to do. Something like this. Nah. Maybe if we did it kind of like this, a natural kind of funnel, maybe. Urgh. Urgh. Animations can bite my ass. Do you fucking mind? Do you? No. Then we're going to take this giant puff cloud and throw it in the trash because I'm. You know, Reborn, you said that this would be easier, but I feel like I would have solved this particle issue by now. Well, there's VR support in the community tools, I think. It's very rudimentary, but I don't think I would dare try to use it personally, but you do you, boo. Oh, Rive. Oh, dude. I told you guys before I'm dyslexic. I didn't see an R at all. I saw two V's. Slurp that fucker. Have you guys ever seen the loot that body now, loot that dead kid's body? That like TikTok. So funny. Oh, tears of happiness that one gave me. Anybody here a D&D player? Dice? Oh, come on, man. Don't let... That's the main mechanic. What are you talking about? It's not even that clunky. I mean, especially nowadays. It used to be when I was a kid. Holy crap. Dude, I'm about to freak out. The pixels aren't going where I want them to go today. Some days I have excellent, excellent days of animation, and some other days my brain is just like, nope, ain't gonna do it, boss. You're like, come on, brain, please. Can't do it, boss. Why can't you do it? Why? You hate that as a mechanic? That's the only mechanic that's ever lived. It's the original mechanic. What? I mean, I think you have an idea that D&D is railroaded. Like, the only decisions you can ever make are based on your dice. And if that's true, you have a bad DM. But that's my own take. All right? Don't shoot the messenger. Just telling you. That's whack. Your shit's whack. Why is this cancer? What is happening? I just... Would you... Do you... Well, isn't life luck-based? Isn't the idea that you can't control kind of the situation that you're put in, right? Like, circumstances happen. If you were an excellent hero, right? Like, even in any game you play, the protagonist has to go through struggles. He doesn't just cruise control to winning. Well, in that certain extent is controlled by your dungeon master, and if you don't have a good one, then they're going to play the way that you're talking about. That's awful. That's not D&D. It's not even how the D&D rules explain D&D. That's people not reading the rule book and trying to be DMs. I'll tell you that. I've been playing D&D for 21 years. Longer than some of you have been alive. Why'd I have to come up with this stupid animation idea? Ugh. Hate you. Talk to myself. Stupid. Make my life harder. Stupid brain. Coming up with stupid cool ideas. Ugh. What a drag. Lucky for me. Oh, good. So I could just spend the hours of time of my life doing this for no reason? Nice. Nice.
I need to hire a team to make this game. It's gonna be tough. I'm looking forward to it. Gonna do the journey no matter what it takes. It's just gonna be tough. But this is why I usually do all my drawing off stream, because it takes me hours. Practice Goofy, that's fair. Check out what? Yeah, that's not fair. Dude's using all sorts of cheats to make his animation look cool. Get out of here, friggin'. I have movement intention? What are you talking about? I just removed my guidelines. I don't need no stinking guidelines. I'm a champion, okay? Ain't no common day pleb. Okay, but it is coming together. Tell me that this doesn't look like it's coming together. Does it fit? Yet to be seen. Well, we're not asking about whether or not it fits. I think that little bottom piece is gonna make it too much. Ah, oh, boy. All right. It's actually funny because all of this needs to be white. I had it right before because the cloud is like turning in itself almost. And also, we're going to be casting light from the robot's eye. So eventually, if I do this right, and we have all the white in the world here, and I take a red color, and we would like on a different layer. If this is all going to be red, I'd come in here. Wherever it's important, I guess it's not really important there. Here. It doesn't need to be that far back. Something like this. Something like that. And then I just come in and lower the opacity as it's moving, you know? And that way there's a sense of, I don't know, depth to it. Or like color. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know, guys. I just work here. Okay? I don't know why I'm freehanding this. It takes so long. Again, I'm jumping ahead in the timeline. This will actually be over here. But this helps me kind of brace, like, because again, keyframing, right? Because normally what we do, I didn't do it in this one, but I get what Bo's saying. He's drilling into me that because I didn't do this, now I'm suffering for it. Yeah. I got you. I get it, Bo. I get it. I'm going to cry tears of sadness. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. Let's start this all over again. We need to keyframe it. We need 4 frames because it's 8 frames long. So every other frame needs to be a keyframe. Or every third frame? Every third frame. No. Yes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, some people just make it look easy. It pisses me off. All right, now we're going to go back to that last tick before it's all gone. So let's move that white blob to where it needs to be. So the key factor that we're following here is this guy. We're going to add it to the end. So that way we can really follow it as it moves. So when it starts, it'll start way over here on the edge, the very top. Maybe 1 away so it's not confined to that square. Right? Let's do some extra. Yeah. How are you doing, Blue? How's it going, buddy? How was school? I know it's not your favorite thing in the world. Sorry you're sick, bud. That sucks. I don't like being sick at all. Ever. Hate it, in fact. Hate being sick. I don't get sick very often. I get sick like once a year. But every time I get sick, it's not great. Not great. Oh no, dude, I only get sick like once a year. But I'm also a hermit, so that might be it too. I just I don't socialize very much. Not that I'm weird or anything. I just let me live my own life, okay? Don't judge me. It says the guy like just literally talking to myself. No one said anything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whenever I get sick, I get super sick. I'll be down for the count. Don't count on me for anything. thing is gonna piss me off. Listen here, mother. Swear words. Okay. Now we've got the little bobble thing going on here. What is happening? What? What is going on? There we go. Still not good enough. There we go. How, my what? Honestly, I have no idea what you just said. Oh, I don't like this at all. It's so frustrating. I'm done with this. Yeah, yeah. Blue, what are you, what? What are you saying? What does that even mean? Why didn't you just say that? What? What? Guys, I really don't know what to do here. Another 6-hour stream of me doing nothing. Do you mean to say, how is you commit alive? Well, I don't even understand what you're saying, guy. Holy cow. All right, screw it. Screw it. All right, that's it. I'm angry. I'm angry. We're doing this. We're doing it this way. You guys ready? Watch this. Okay. Yeah, thanks, bud. Because I don't understand. I'm too old. I'm too old. You guys forget some maybe how old I am. I'm old as dirt. Uh, yeah, all right. Now I understand. Does it make sense to me? No. Because Gen Z's whack. Gen Alpha Z is whack. Did you go Google it? Or were you just cringing at what he said? Because, like, I would have to Google it. No shot, I would have to Google it. No idea what that means. No, but it's close enough. That the message is the same. That was the point. The message is the same. All right, so we're gonna add this. Let's go in here. We're gonna add another one. Okay, this is the biggest. I didn't mean to make it this big. So we're going to shrink it down. Okay, we're going to do it like, oh, that was perfect. Okay. Now we're going to get this is what we're doing. I'm so done with this. I don't know why I didn't do this before. This is exactly what I wanted to do. But again, if I remind you. What? How did that happen? That's where the other animations went. All right, you know what? Don't stress it. Don't stress it. We're doing one thing at a time, Alex. All right. So here we are in the middle of our scene. And we're going to start pulling orbs into the center of this thing. All right. Question. No, I need Reborn, are you here? I would be surprised if they're still here, because we dicked off for hours. How are you still here, man? Holy cow, I appreciate your support. Okay. So what I'm thinking, right, is I'm going to do this grow effect where we tween between, so we're going to take each layer, right? Well, I'll just animate this. This is fine. So I'm going to animate this. And so it's going to like grow a little bit. Like it's just going to be pulsating in here. And as it does, I'm thinking about creating 4 particles, right? And they're all shooting at it. Once the particle hits the center, destroy the particle. Or just destroy the particle after X amount of seconds. So then what it'll look like is a bunch of little orbs flying into the center. And it'll achieve the effect that I'm looking for. I think. Does that make sense? I'm gonna cry. That's actually a good animation. Particles out here are spawned, shot towards the orb. You know what? Hold on. Give me a second. Uh, Hold on. I'm searching. You guys could probably hear my keyboard clacking. Click, click, clack, click, 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 clack, click, click, click. Uh, there. Found it. This is exactly what I want to do. Or, like, there is this option. Look, it's even almost the same color. Holy shit. Like in the front of its face. Like it's charging up in front of it. And then when it's done, it can do that laser beep and then do that I think so. I'm thinking that we make these into particle emitters. Just this part. I'll do the glowing warping core. But then I think I just need to shoot pixels at it, right? To do this. Because I don't want to have to hand do this. It's not random enough. By hand, it's not going to look as good, in my opinion. Unless it's a really solid animation. Why are you so negative? I don't want to. I don't want to do it that way. No, no, no. You are Goblin. You're not. We're not done with it though. So, Goblin, what you're saying, I see what you're saying, Goblin, with your animation, right? No, no, no. Oh, but the circles as sprites, and then change their sizes. Then we could do Boyd's movement, actually, and make them right, right. So artistic goblin. So what you have, right, is you have this, and this is great. I like this. Uh, hmm. I'm gonna have to download that real quick so I can show you. File, save as, desktop, yeah, simple animation laser. Pull it in here. Gift animation. There we go. Let's add a background. Wrong button. Now I can see it. Okay. So this firing animation is dope. And we're kind of doing the same thing, but I want to charge up and then do that from here. So like once I think it's fine though. Either way, it doesn't really matter. Unless there's something really important about that I'm not understanding, but let's go out here, chop this up. Okay. So my thought process here was if we take this, flop it the other way. There we go. So now we have like that spark. And this is what would happen right here. Okay? So I'm thinking that we hit this point where it clicks after charging up. So it'll be charging this point up. And then once it does, click. Boom. So you have like an inverse implosion where it gets pulled in this way and then shot out of its face. Which isn't bad. I like it. I particularly like this part. This part's really cool. And we're going to borrow that style. And that's kind of what I was talking about before. Which one am I drawing in? I got to make sure I stay in the right thing. There we go. So I need to make this orb smaller. Are we in agreement that the orb should the laser should be red? Are we doing that, or are we gonna give it power? What do you guys think? Red laser? No red laser. Or with a white beam. It's gonna have a white beam in it no matter what happens. Enemy laser red? Yeah. There's no level of red where that color of blue works for me. It's too pink. Change this. Let's actually go back. Let's go back to here. Yeah, I hear you. All right. The base of it needs to be really bright, like the same color as eye. Actually, I guess we could just use his eye, right? God damn it. All right. Just the one, please. Just the one. There. Copy that. Move over here. And then we can base this off his eye. So now that we have the eye, we can change the brightness, hue, saturation, light is what I was looking for. So the white, the inside needs to be white. So we're going to start with that generation right there. So white begins, we can actually change that to full white. And then around it, we need red. In kind of a circle. And then we need dark red behind that. Too far. And then we don't need the... Ooh, okay. Frustrating me. My brain is hurting. Okay, that should work. Oh, God. There we go. I think that looks cool, right? So now it looks like his eye is lighting up and illuminating whatever this crazy laser thing is about to be. So maybe we can put it there. Kind of looks like his eye's popping out. Let's move it back to where it was. There we go. Okay, so now we have this. And now we can do all of the fancy work. All of the fancy work. Yeah. We can do the fancy stuff now. This is the fancy dance. All right. Close that out. What layer is this? All right. Boom. Put it back, please. Thank you. Get that shit out. Put it there. All right. So. We're charging this thing. We're going to get a copy of our player just for our drone. And move back over here. There we go. Don't need this anymore. I need this one. Okay. Yeah. So all I need to do is make it wobble. Basically. Right, so in this particular case, let's get rid of all this. we need the white to grow. So maybe we can just like increase the red a little bit. With internal edging. So maybe we do like this. We're just going to do some small variations of each one. So it's like starting to flicker. This is in the wrong spot. We're going to pull this forward. I don't like the way that square looks. So we're just going to increase the square on each one of these. Looks really weird because one of our things is messed up. There we go. And I think what we need to do is copy this and move it over one. And do that for each of these. And then we're going to get rid of the squares. And we're going to redo the squares now. All right. I gotta go back to the first frame. And it's because this one isn't wide enough. So I'm gonna delete these, put that there, that there. That kind of looks like it's charging, right? If you see that, I would assume that it's about to shoot me in the face. But let me know what you think. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I will not be live streaming. Wednesdays I have off. Wednesdays and Thursdays. So it's Monday, Tuesdays. Wednesdays, Thursdays I have off. Fridays and Sundays I'd be live streaming because Thursdays I do my videos. I'm going to be starting to do a video. So if you want to see a video this week, if you guys can think of anything, let me know what you'd like to learn about or see into a video. And I'd be very happy to get that done. Okay, is it wrong that we, like, increase this even more? I kind of feel like it should be like this. Yeah. I'm not more important than that. That is for sure. That's on you, bud. Don't blame me for that. What have we done? We've made this thing too big. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're gonna find it soon. We're gonna get to that pulse real soon. I got another realization that while we're charging, everything around the charge needs to be lit up. At least within 1 square. So let me cut that back a little bit because that was a little bit too intense. Here as well, everything that it touches needs to be one of these. We can even drop this down 1 shading. Anything that used to be back there needs to be darker. Kind of like now shade out the unit. So anything, I'm doing this on the wrong layer. That's okay. Hurts my feelings, but whatever. We're going to take away some of the detail from this guy, not all of it. Just darken up some of the details. And then come in here and light them up. And now that's it. So now we come in here and paste that there, paste that there, paste that there. One of these is not like the others. I think these guys need to be done a little bit differently. Maybe we can darken this up like that. I think that'll help. Hmm. I don't want this to just be like really drowned out. So maybe we can just darken it while it's charging. I don't really want you to see too much of the detail. And unless I pull this forward a little bit, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe the yellow is too bright. Maybe that's what's happening to my eyes. Can we please? Thank you. Hmm. This feels like too much. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess I only need to fix it once, huh? I keep trying to fix shit I don't need to fix. Let's make sure that each one of these is the same. Okay. Let's go back to each of these. I don't know. Doesn't feel right. I don't know what to do about that. Let's go back in here if it is, if it's... Cool. We're gonna get rid of all the other stuff I put on these drones. It's just not working for me. And then we're gonna put this back. I still feel like this needs to be bigger. Like the secondary one is just not big enough to convey what we're about to do. Or maybe it's too big in the wrong way. I don't know. Okay, what if we... I'm starting to think maybe I should do 3 frames. Do a total of 12 for the charging animation. That seems good enough. I don't know, man. Okay. Okay, now we're going to do the full... Here we go. It's still going, guys. You ready for this? So it charges up. And then we're going to do another animation, which is the entirety of it. So we're going to make this 32, 24, all of them. All right, so it's going to charge up. The eye turns white. I'm going to save this so I don't lose this. Okay. Click. We don't need this. Sorry, let's do this all in white. Here we go again. And we'll do this again. Okay, let's go to the animation because there's something wrong with my click. Maybe we should keep the ball. All right, from the very beginning. Go to the first click frame. Yeah, I think you're right. Uh, so let me do this click real quick though. My click is driving me nuts. It's on the wrong line. So are these. So, all right. This is all sorts of wrong. See, this guy's got to go there. This guy's got to go there. And then the next line after that. Yeah, all sorts of a mess. There we go. Let's move this one out. Move this one out. Yeah, for real, huh? He's actually got to be a lot farther out than I thought. I don't like this at all. It's too far. Let me take this one again. Delete this. Delete all this. This one back on top. And then literally just follow that curve, but move that up. All right, now we got to fix this last row. Do it by 2, delete. Do this one by 1. All right, that's fine. Well enough. All right. Okay, so the burst, yeah, I can see what you're saying. Let's do red highlight on the top layer. So here would be the bottom layer. I'll figure that out. It might just need to be like dispersed in with it, you know. And then here at the ends, and here at the ends. Okay. So now I need the small ball. Smallest of balls that have ever been balled before. It's like tiny, perfect. Be very helpful if I didn't mess it up, though. Add another layer. Take this, go to here. I don't think that the flashing stops. It just changes size. Oh, before the burst. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna add one more frame here. Oh, we're just gonna kill everything here. I don't think there's even anything on that layer, is there? No, it doesn't matter. Deleted it now. So now we can move these. What am I doing here? Move these over one. And then we'll go into this one, do the same thing. Where we copy these. Move them over one. We're going to take this one, add it to this guy. I think it needs to be a small transitional one. So it needs to be like a little bit smaller. And then I could pull it out a little bit. I mean, the sequencing is incorrect. What are you talking about? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying swap this eye where it starts. I get what you're saying. I understand now. Because then it will amplify. Yeah, I got you. Took me a second, but now I understand. I was like, what do you mean? Now I get it. I got you. Big, little, big, little, big, little, big, little, tiny. Wrong one. I'm messing now with the randomness of how I want this. So wait, what? Oh, this one? I think all three of them would need to be like that. This looks a little weird. But I think that this ball is just like slightly too small. I don't know. I do need to fix this though. It's driving me nuts. I want it to feel like the ball is coming out of the eye. Like it's not the actual eye bulging, right? So I need to kind of finagle the... And I know that these ones are offbeat. I'm kind of doing that on purpose. I don't want to grow that big. We're going to be doing inhaling of the around it, but it's going to look a little different. I'll show you when we get there. uh, it's hard to see as the animation's so long. Start slow. It's kind of crazy looking. Yeah, I have an idea here. Let's move all this. Maybe I think we need to reset. We need to add the other animation. So like falls back like a button, if that makes sense. And then we're going to do the same thing on this one. And then we're going to initialize the click. But honestly, I'm starting to think that we should just do this backwards. So it just starts little and then grows into the big guy. Woo, 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 and then just shoots. And does what... I'm getting tired of animating. Maybe that's what's happening. It is time for me to get off, but I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna finish these last couple of things, and then we'll get done here. So yeah, what if we instead, right, take this whole scenario and let's take that down here. This would be super easy, actually. So all we need, we're gonna delete all of this, and delete all of this. This as well. Oh, no, yeah, and then I just need one of these. Cool. So here's what we're gonna do. This engine is so cool because I can do this. Delete that, put this back. Okay, so now, if I grab this little tiling tool, click, 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 I can now start with the little one, move it forward one. And then we're gonna create 2 more of those. And then we're gonna put the next one down and move it forward. And then we're going to do it one more time with this one, I think. Nope, we're just gonna do 2. That's effectively what we're doing now. Goblin. I'll show you. So what we're going to do, though, is we're going to start with the charge. So we can get rid of this. Start here, right? So now it's going to start to grow out of the face. And then do this one, this one, this one, this one. I guess I could just be doing this. And we're going to end on this big one right before it kabooms. Oh, I will. Don't you worry. I'm literally about to. So now that we have this part done, we can move these out of the way. Oops. We can deselect these so we can move them out of the way. We can save these as well so we don't lose them. And then we can delete them. Shift click. There we go. So now there's nothing in here. So we have this 12 frame charge up. So really what we have, let me do this in another way. We have an idle right before we charge up. So really we have 2 different animations here. We have the initial 3 frames where it begins charging. And then it grows to this size. And then let's get ourselves a drone. Paste that guy down here and control click all of these. So here's the hard part. So from the drone, because really we don't need the drone in this image, right? Because this is going to be drawn on the drone's eye. So what we can do is now move this back so we can get a full flushed out orb. And we just got to set the origin. What is going on here? We don't need this one anymore. There we go. We can move these back to here. To the very end. Okay. And now from that, don't need the robot anymore. We can change this to 24 frames. And continue our explosion. So we're gonna go down one, back to here, and then we're gonna do some bananas thing right here, where we're gonna take the laser, and we're gonna copy this, and we're gonna paste it here. You made your laser huge, guy. How big are these? You upscaled them. You upscaled them so big. Right? Those are huge! I need you to export that to me at a fraction of its size, please. Goblin, can you send that to me at its standard 16 by 16? Uh, Friday. That's the next planned live stream, but I'll be in the Discord this entire time. So if you guys want to chat still and talk in Discord, I'll be working on the game, even though I'm off stream the next couple days. But I'll be around. I just don't have a stream scheduled for tomorrow. Um. Well, Bo, that's that's an interesting question, actually. So I've been a live streamer before. I've done live streaming before. In fact, when there's a game that came out called Cube World. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Cube World, but when it first came out, I started a Twitch channel back in like 2011, 2012, early 2012. And in the first 30 days, we had 250,000 subscribers. And so I've done. Goblin, can you give me that in the 16 by 16 that it's supposed to be? It's way too big. I don't want to have to resize everything. So I've done that before. Also, I worked. I did a lot of live streaming on another platform called Caffeine.tv, and I had a few many thousand subscribers there as well. So I've been a live streamer before on camera, doing the whole thing. And if you really want to see it, actually, it's hidden on our YouTube channel. What on my screen? Oh, I see. Thank you. I was very confused at first, but now I see it. Let's put this into here, GIF image. There we go. We're going to create a black border. That way I can see what's going on. I'm going to take this. This implosion that happens is really cool. I dig this. So we're... What? Oh, there we go. Right. So we're going to take this, put it there. We're going to add the implosion to the laser. Oh, it like fits perfectly. It looks funny. Don't worry. We're going to get it. Don't need this right now. Let's bring this guy back to where I had it. Let's move these out of the way. That's not the right one. This is. And then the rest of this, I don't need this. There we go. I'm going to do this for each one. Something's not right. Something's out of order. 1, 2, 3, laser. 1, 1, 2, 3. No, I guess that's right. It's just normally longer in yours. We can blast that edge off. We don't need the edges. Clean up the animation a little bit. We can make it rounded. And then we just need to change its colors. There's too much. You have too much gradient. There we go. Now, of course, I do see that obviously it goes across the screen, but we got this slightly smaller one, which I kind of already did by rounding it, so I might have to do it a little bit more. We'll see. Maybe we can come in here and just cut off these last little bits. So the laser is far more that. And I think even I want to grab this and just move it forward one. Or we're going to pull this one back too, and then shoot these forward one. Boom! And then we're going to move that one more frame over. Right here. And then right here. So that way we can kind of cock backwards, cock forward, and then shoot it. It's going to go double back, slam forward. Awesome. Yeah, Bo. So yeah, I've done live streaming before. I've got quite a bit of experience. So talking to people and being on camera and chatting with folks doesn't bother me. But this time around, I'm not using my camera. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna share with you my other stuff. Hold on, I remember now. I got a little distracted because that ADHD brain of mine. All right. We can do like this. All right. So one of the things I was going to show you is on the live stream on our, hey, look, 233. We got 3 subscribers today. Don't know what I did, but all right. Thank you. This is why we need to start making shorts. But in my studio, in my YouTube studio, I hate this. I always get this confused because they changed it on me. Your channel. Manage videos. That's what I should have clicked on. I used to stream. I've got shorts. Yeah, yeah. I just so I'm no longer gaming. So I have I'm 30 now, and I've got carpal tunnel on my wrist. So I used to be a major FPS player. I used to travel around in the U.S. playing in Counter-Strike Cal tournaments before esports was a thing. So back when LAN parties was the only thing. And yeah, my gamer tag is Dignified Rain. So I can show you. It's gonna be loud, but when I was streaming and stuff, nothing too big. I mean the random videos and whatnot. But I've had other channels in the past, and I shut them down. Actually, if you want to see my channel list, there's all my channels. I've got other things going on. Also, I have a song. I made a song. So there's a song on YouTube that I made. But yeah, it's just basic stuff like
One gone.
Oh man, that was a good shot.
I a major FPS player, but now that I have carpal tunnel in my my wrist, I can't do this as much. So here's a VR one that we did.
Outside, I wonder if he's glitched. No, he's not.
I hear him. What do we do?
You're good. Oh, he's coming.
Can we get out?
Oh god,
I wonder if he's glitched.
that was a fun one to make. That was a good video. You're right, I did.
EA! Oh!
What?
EA!
What?
So yeah, just basic shorts and stuff. Thank you. Yeah, and I've deleted a lot of these over time. These are the ones I unlisted them because they're my favorites, and I didn't want to get rid of them quite yet. I told you guys before. I have a song called PTSD Make Me Say It. I have post-traumatic stress disorder. And I got complex post-traumatic stress disorder, for those that are interested in knowing that about me. But my song is PTSD Make Me Say It. Actually, I think I changed it to Make Me Play It. It's in my Rising Renegade. There it is. So I do voice acting stuff. It's been a while, a couple years when I was doing all this stuff. This is one of my favorite videos I've ever made.
I thought I canceled it, but today I guess not. It's delivery day. I get every plate every week. This isn't a sponsor, just hear me out. Delicious food, great stuff. I encourage you to get it. It makes sense. It's affordable, no matter where you live. But eventually, if you're not as motivated, say something happens in your life and you're just feeling down, okay? Eventually it begins to pile up, the boxes of it. Oh, what is this in my crest? Carrot! Many of them! So I ask you, okay? Does anyone want a fucking carrot? God damn!
There's only so many of those that you can eat. Okay. Ugh. That one cracks me up. That one's a good one. That one's a good one. And then my song. So this is really personal to me. Yeah, I'm gonna be getting off. I was just sharing some other content I've done. I was asked. Ginge is a good friend of mine. Known each other for many years now. We're talking about streaming, and we're talking about what it's like to be a streamer, and what did that look like, what are the challenges, and so on. And I was just saying, I've been on camera before, so it's not super difficult, you know. But I do, if you can't tell, in my voice acting stuff, I do a lot of stuff on TikTok, and so I have a TikTok account, and that's what all this is from. But my song.
My shade became my sanity, my only key. The day they took me from thee, now hear my plea. They've come to break me 2 degrees. You set me free, you set me free. Won't let them take my destiny, it's chemistry. This is my remedy, my melody, ascendancy. It's brought me to my knees, you're out of reach. I'm on my own, gonna make the speech. Baby, I don't know how to tell ya. As it flows through, I'm gonna make it. The struggles I be going through make me say it. Like a record on loop, gonna make me play it. Inside my head, or travesty. It tears out my heart, it makes it bleed. I'm in agony, a casualty. I'm in agony, a casualty. It's brought me to my knees, you're out of reach. I'm on my own, gonna make the speech. Baby, I don't know how to tell ya. As it flows through, I'm gonna make it. The struggles I be going through make me say it. Like a record on loop, gonna make me play it. My shame became my reality. My heart became a casualty. My life became a tragedy. Be careful how you handle me. Oh, many people stressing me. Ain't that many blessing me. Love, what is the recipe, huh? Love, what is the recipe, huh? Say what you want about me. Just say that you only love me. Say what you want about me. Just say that you only love me.
Yeah, that's my song. I appreciate it, man. I do. And then I'm gonna take us back to the good times. No, this was actually, working on this project was a nightmare. Okay? That's all I can really say about it. Is that it was a nightmare. For many reasons. I won't say why. Yeah, we are. We're digging out them old dusty files. I'll show you one of my voiceovers. Oh God. All right.
It's May 28th, and it's time to take to the sky.
All right. Sorry about that. So here's the video. This is gonna take Ginge back a little bit. Oh yeah, this was fun and also traumatizing.
It's May 28th, and it's time to take to the skies. Aeronautica Imperialis Flight Command is now available on Steam. Guide your Imperial Navy or Orc Airwag Squadron to victory and experience every dive, roll, and ultra high G turn through desperate dogfights in this tactical aerial combat game. To celebrate the launch of Aeronautica Imperialis Flight Command, we're giving away exclusive access to free downloadable content for a limited time as part of the Games Workshop Skulls event. This downloadable content adds an additional scenario called A Hill to Die On, featuring a unique story crafted for this very celebration. In this scenario, Take to the Skies as the Stygian Skulls attempt an ambitious and daring incursion into Orc-occupied territory, featuring the following exclusive content. The Imperial Navy Arvis Lighter, donned in the livery of the Stygian Skulls, Thunderbolts equipped with deadly Skull Strike missiles, and 2 unique Steam achievements.
Of course, you can just as easily
That's my voice
take
as
on
well.
the role of the Orc Airwog and use the heavy flight cannons to finish the job.
Additionally, receive 10% off the game's purchase during the event. Remember, this pack is limited content for those who support the launch of Aeronautica Imperialis Flight Command. Pick it up before it's gone. From Green Man Gaming and Binary Planets, we wanted to thank you for all of your support. Remember, life is the Emperor's currency, so spend it well. See you in the skies, Commander.
So I wrote and voiced that for our project, which was fun. And then I also have this. This is my last little bit that I'm going to show you, and then I got to get off, guys. I've been on for like 7 hours straight. My eyeballs are burning. All right? Eyeballs are burning. So I did I upload these here for my own archives through my Down to Earth stuff. But so I did a...
Do you like playing Realms, but find them to always be dead or just suck? Realm Center is here to change that. Our website hosts role-playing realms for story-rich gameplay, action-packed dungeon crawlers to fight fierce enemies, vast minigame realms to compete with your friends and foes, vanilla survival to hang out with your friends and enjoy the classic Minecraft experience, and even anarchy to let you break the rules your way. Are you ready to join the realm and make your name known? Realm Center, coming soon.
So I did an ad, and then I've shot my own. I did an edit for a webcomic, which is not great because I don't know how to do editing. This was me practicing. But then I can show you one of my favorite book series is Iron Druid. It's written by Kevin Hearn and normally narrated by Luke Daniels. And so I was working on my demo reel, which I have my voice acting stuff. I do on like SoundCloud and other places. I normally don't put it on YouTube. And so this is what my voice sounds like when I'm doing narrations.
Traditions.
Oh.
Chapter 1. There are many perks for living for 21 centuries, and foremost among them is bearing witness to the rare birth of genius. It inevitably goes something like this. Someone shrugs off the weight of his cultural traditions, ignores the baleful stares of authority, and does something his countrymen think are completely batshit insane. Of those, Galileo was my personal favorite. Van Gogh comes in second, but he really was batshit insane. Thank the goddess, I don't really look like a guy who met Galileo, or who saw Shakespeare's plays when they first debuted, or rode in the hordes of Genghis Khan. When people ask how old I am, I tell them 21. And if they assume I mean years instead of decades or centuries, well, that really can't be my fault, can it? I still get carded, in fact, which any senior citizen will tell you is immensely flattering. The young Irish facade does not stand me in good stead when I'm trying to appear scholarly at my place of business. I run an occult bookshop with an apothecary's counter squeezed in the corner. But it has one outstanding advantage. When I go to the grocery store, for example, and people see my curly red hair, fair skin, and long goatee, they suspect I play soccer and drink lots of Guinness. If I'm gonna go sleeveless and they see the tattoos all up and down my right arm, they assume that I'm in a rock band and smoke lots of weed. It never enters their mind for a moment that I could be an ancient druid, and that's the main reason why I look like this. If I grew a white beard and got myself a pointy hat, oozed dignity and sagacity, and glowed with beatitude, people might start to get the wrong idea, or rather right idea. Sometimes I forget what I look like, and I do something out of character, such as sing Shakespeare tunes in Aramaic while I'm waiting in line at Starbucks. But the nice bit about living in urban America is that people tend to either ignore eccentrics or move to the suburbs to escape them. That never would have happened in the old days. People who were different back then got burned at the stake or stoned to death. There's still a downside to being different today, of course, which is why I put so much effort into blending in. The downside is usually just harassment and discrimination, and that is a far vast improvement over dying for the common man's entertainment. Living in the modern world contains quite a few vast improvements like that. Most old souls I knew think the attraction of modernity rests on clever minds like indoor plumbing and sunglasses.
But
for me,
clearly a stumble
the
there.
true attraction of America is that it's practically godless. When I was younger and dodging the Romans, I would hardly walk a mile in Europe without stepping on a sacred stone to some god or another. But out here in Arizona, all I have to worry about is the occasional encounter with Coyote. And I actually rather like him. He's nothing like Thor, for one thing. And that right there means that we're gonna get along fine. The local college kids would describe Thor as a major asshat if they ever had the misfortune to meet him. Even better than the low god density in Arizona is the total near absence of fairies. And I don't mean those winged creatures that Disney calls fairies. I mean the Fae, the She, the actual descendants of the Tuatha De Danann, born in Tir Nog, the land of eternal youth. Each one of them is likely to gut you as hug you. They didn't dig me all that much either, so I tried to settle in places where they can't easily reach me. They have all sorts of gateways to the earth in the old world, but in the new world, they need oak, ash, and thorn to make the journey, and those trees don't grow together too often in Arizona.
There you go. That's the stuff that I do. For those that were of the inquiring mind. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the support. So yeah, that's I mean that's the direction that we're, or that's the stuff I do. I left. I figured on my YouTube, why remove a video that has so much? Although this goes against my algorithm, I do want to start building up these videos. And so if you guys got ideas of things you'd like to see in GDevelop 5, maybe I can shorten it and make a sweet, short, sweet, and to the point thing. And yeah, and just help out. Let us know. But anyways, fellas, that's ladies and gents, that is the end of my stream today. I need to get going here. I'm looking forward to, over the next 2 days, I'll be implementing some of these changes and working on the laser beams. I will be in Discord, of course. I just don't have any streams planned, but I may. New Discord channel video suggestions? Oh, yes. I see what you mean. I was confused. Yeah, I'll do that. That's a good idea. Let's I'll open those up into our Discord. You can put it into the I'll make a new section, rename what is currently suggestions, and name that to game suggestions. And then I'll make another one for video content. Anything you guys would like to see, I'm happy to help cover that, and hopefully get these tutorials cracked out. Teach people more. But oh man, I got the hiccups. But anyways, folks, thank you so much for stopping in. I super appreciate it. I will see you next time.
like, comment, and subscribe. By the way, you've leveled